Gentlemen, it's a nuclear device. Time is running out. Hello everyone. This will be an interesting stream, I suppose. It's my first stream with this project where it's actually started to pick up traction and stuff, so it'll be fairly busy, I imagine. So, was not expecting for this stream beginning soon screen to stay up for this long, but had a lot more things I wanted to add to the FAQ and stuff before I started the stream, so. Oh well. I mean, that's mostly just a one-time thing, hopefully. Or at least maybe slowly adding things to FAQ into the future, but just want to get a good chunk added. As people were asking questions as I started the stream. Like 20 minutes ago now? Yeah, something like that. So how's the audio, by the way? Should be okay. I tested it, I just want to make sure nothing like changed on me spontaneously. Should be okay. Let me also shrink the size of you. There we go. That form's not a bad idea. Not a bad idea. My throat's already given out. I'm already dying. Hold up. A form isn't a bad idea. I just probably don't want to be setting that up right now. Clearly, I need a cough drop. 1 second. Literally dying. Okay. Anyway. So to explain what I'm going to be doing today, I'm just going to be working in Blender, doing some animation work, because I have 3 other people that joined the team recently that are in the middle of doing a whole like network, making a whole basis for networking for the project, and I don't want to be making any more changes until the basis is there for networking. Then I'll start working on that more, but. In the meantime, I'll be working on stuff I can still work on, which is like animations and stuff. So, and that's kind of my thing anyway, so I'm happy to do that. Just so you guys know, there's a pretty good chance I'm not going to be answering a lot of questions that are flying through chat, especially since it's going to be quite busy, especially this early on. So I want to focus on work more so than constantly answering questions. So just keep that in mind. Lots of questions will just get ignored. I'll have to find another way to answer questions more effectively, not through the stream. Oh, that's a whole different question, actually. Yeah, the view models in the original TF2 had issues where, let me see if I can show this. I have all the animations loaded up here. I think, like, the Melee had this problem, right? 7? Wait, what's it called? We just have Melee, all class, alt 1. Well, it's probably gonna be the same for Spline. So let's hide the rocket launcher. Okay, so let me select the camera actually. So let's just pretend there's an item in Soldier's hand. I don't have the melee weapon, any sort of melee weapon in the scene at the moment. So just pretend there's a weapon in his hand. So the problem that they're referring to is stuff like, if you open up your field of view quite a bit, you can start seeing your hand back there for no real good reason. Yes, I do want to make sure that's not going to be a problem. How would you want to make fixes like that? That's the plan. There's already dynamic bones for the rocket launcher for the side of it, so that's yeah. How do you add sound to your animations? Well, I don't do it within Blender. That's done in Unity. Anyway, I should probably get started. I need to import the shotgun, because that's what I'm going to be working on today. Just import the MDO directly. Ooh, starting off very interesting. Blender crash. As I try to import that. That did not happen yesterday. Try that again. Oh, okay. One moment. Very interesting start. I like it. Give me a minute, I need to re-enable some plugins. Actually. There we go, that's where I opened the wrong version of Blender. Please don't crash. Just import. You worked yesterday. You can do it. Come on. There we go. There's the shotgun. Be sure to check the FAQ before asking questions, guys. And there's a good chance I'm not going to be answering questions as I work. At least not many of them. Gotta focus on working instead of just letting this be a Q&A panel. It's not what this is. It's a stream for work, pretty much. Okay. Now let's create a new collection. How to... Actually, let's see. I need to make sure I import everything. I didn't import the level of detail models for the shotgun. Skip quality? Nope. And I probably want that as well. Try that again. There we go. Perfect. Good. Now we need to set up the constraints for the rig on the shotgun. Copy transforms from the arm rig. So I don't think those are VM. Oh, that's the shell. That's right. Got it. Let's hide the rocket launcher now. Don't need that. What's this phone for? Stat track. I think that's for the strange counter? I'm gonna be touching that for now. Ejection port. Looks like I'm good. Drink setup. Yeah, I'm familiar with how Valve designed the visuals of this game. I'm aware of it. You know, I better be, right? Alright, now let's actually load a shotgun animation so this pose is actually gonna work for it. What is the name of those? I think there's just no name attached to it, right? It's just called fire or something without a name. Yeah, that's what it is. That's the original animation. While we're here, I'm just going to actually better organize things. Give these proper names that I can actually understand. So there's also a draw. Follow for shotgun as well. That is hilariously simplistic. Oh my. Anyway, I can make that one better. Shotgun draw. And then idle. Add shotgun to it. Reload. And then the reload loops and stuff. Yeah, these guys here. Surfing is not in yet. There is the code for surfing is technically in, yes, but the implementation of it isn't functional, if that makes sense. I'll be tackling that kind of stuff later. Gotta wait for the networking base to be at least somewhat finalized before I make any further changes to any systems. Did I miss anything else? Let's see. There's no holster, obviously. So draw, fire, idle, reload. I think that's it. Shouldn't be any others. Okay, so those are the original ones. How do I have my rocket launcher organized? New. Okay. I suppose I can start with the draw. Good idea. Yeah, this is Pokemon Mystery Dungeon music. Why does the shotgun have the rocket? Because that's baked into the arm rig. It's in the same mesh or same object. So it's always there, hiding in the back. You never see it. Actually, first things first, I need to replicate the idle pose with my IK rig. That is a fairly important step to do. Need to make these bones more obvious. There we are. Right, I have that parented, so. Right. Okay. Let's see. Maybe parented 2 again. Root. Might have it hidden. This is parented the same thing, isn't it? Okay, I need to expand this rig a little bit. So the arm bone with my IK rig is not copying location. So it should. Wait, I can just move it. Yeah, okay, never mind. I can just do that. And just like that. Let me organize these bones more. I need these fingers to be on their own group so I don't constantly see them getting in the way. Okay. Now let's make these bigger. That's... I mean, I read occasionally, it's just the chat's going by too fast, and I have to work, you know. If I read chat all the time, then I'm just not going to be able to get much done. I just don't want to focus on that too much. I'm using the standard render pipeline, not using URP or HDRP. Both of them have problems for what I want the game to look like visually. URP being too limited and HDRP being excessive and also not suited for the toon shading for the characters and stuff. So that's not ideal either. So standard it is, pretty much. Okay. Now I need to actually do the same thing with these fingers. Replicating the idle pose is probably going to be kind of boring, but has to be done. That's the hand, right? Yeah. Let's move this. Here it goes. Pretty good. I don't know if I should do anything about this god-awful looking twist. I feel like I should do something about it. I know the TF2 characters have issues with twist bones being kind of bad. Yeah, the rim lighting is already in. I already have the Fresnel effects in the shader for the characters and stuff. The character shaders should be pretty close to final, as is. I can still make tweaks as needed if there's problems with visibility and stuff like that, but yeah. Am I going to port my view model animations? I haven't made that many view model animations in the past for TF2. I've done a few though, but I'm not going to port everything because I've done some for the engineer, but I did those animations intentionally over the top, and I don't want to be implementing those. Or at least not the ones that are specifically over the top. The firing animation for the shotgun that I did for the engineer is fine. I would probably do that. The pistol engineer for the engineer I did was fine. Yeah, I should probably import that too. Yeah, so some of them I will, some of them I won't. That's so bad. It's like a rigging problem, right? Let's see. It's probably not something I'm gonna be doing today. Yeah, I don't know. I'll worry about that later. I just don't like that twist being that ugly. Even though it's the sleeve's hiding it, it's... What if the sleeve's not hiding it if you put, move the hand up a little bit? That's the big issue there. Alright, now let's actually try to replicate those. So yeah, I have two different rigs. One is just the original armature from the source model, and I have my own rig set up that I can toggle on or off, that I can use to animate with my own original animations and stuff. If I didn't have this, then I'd have to use the original rig, and that would be problematic. So having my own constraint set up to toggle on and off would be ideal for that. But that also means I have to replicate the pose to how it was before. Sometimes it can be a bit of a pain. So, are the fingers getting adjusted? I forget. No. Yes. Yes, they are. Okay. No, I haven't completed animations for the classes. The other animations I did in the past in first person was mostly just for fun. Like, back in like August or something last year, I did that. I can probably show that. Would you guys like me to show you guys what I did? I know some of them are over the top, but I don't know if you guys would be interested. I haven't showed it off too much in the public eye yet, but no one on the team has experience with sound design as far as I know. So sound is probably going to pretty much be the same. How did I do this before? You know what? Hold up. I should probably use constraint and then bake the action. That's probably the best way to go about it. Also, I should probably make this a new action. Unless, is the rotation going to be different? Probably. Yeah, it's going to be different. Never mind. Ah. Yeah, the twist. Yeah, the roll of the bone is different. I'm gonna do it. I'm just gonna duplicate the mesh and the rig and everything. So that the original pose is always present. And I can just line it up. Okay, why is the shotgun not working? Oh, right. Yeah, that's right. Here, hold on. I need to do that again. I didn't select the shotgun rig for that copy. Okay, now I think I need to change the constraints. Second. Okay. Not gonna line that up. Just remember the scope of the project. I would like to do a lot of things with this project, but there's a good chance that not a lot of it's gonna be done, you know. The scope of the project needs to be manageable. Oh, I see you guys said yes before, okay. Can I launch TF2 Windows right now? I don't usually stream on Windows 10, but I wanted the option to have VR for H3 VR to use as reference later, or to show what I plan to do for the animation later. Hold up. Give me a second. Need to find my base TF2 install directory for this operating system. Okay. This might be loud. I don't know if that intro's gonna play or not. Wait, hold up. This is not right. I did not mean to launch that. One moment. There's the intro. All right, now let's get this on screen. Yeah, okay, that works. Good. I should have prepared this ahead of time, I suppose. I prepared H3 VR, but not the base TF2, so. There's only a few weapons I've done in the past for base TF2. I don't particularly like animating for base TF2, to be honest, because of the limitations you have on how your animations are meant to work. For example, your reload animation is tied to how long the reload is in the actual game. So if you try to make the reload animation slightly longer or shorter, it'll affect the reload time, and it's gonna mess things up if you try to play on servers with that, and yeah, it's very, very strange behavior. That is the Widowmaker. That is not gonna work for that. Anyway, so yeah, that's... Can you guys hear that? Or is the game audio going through the stream? I can't tell. It's going through my headset at the moment. I don't know if it's capturing that. Can you hear that? Anyway, I know that's over the top, by the way. This is the one I said before, over the top, intentionally. I'm not going to port this animation over. You can hear it? Okay. Hopefully it's not too loud then. But yeah, I like the firing animation I did for the shotgun. But everything else is pretty over the top. Intentionally, because I just wanted to have fun with the animation. The problem with it is obviously it's just too flashy. And there's already going to be a lot of motion with the view model moving up, like side to side, up and down, and whatnot, with the movement and stuff I plan to put in. So having that stacked on top would be pretty over the top. But yeah, that's the shotgun for the engineer I did. The pistol I like. Let me actually do the default pistol. The main idea of me wanting to change the pistol was because the engineer's old reload for the pistol slightly covered the crosshair. He sort of slammed the pistol in his face a little bit. Not as bad as like the old revolver reload, but that was partially why I wanted to do that. And that's it for the engineer. I have the scout shortstop to show as well. Wait, what else did I do? Hold on, wait. Shortstop. I think there's one more thing. Wasn't there? Maybe not. Okay, I guess not. Anyway, yeah, shortstop. If anyone knows of the Creators TF balance mod servers, the shortstop had like a faster reload, and I played the shortstop a lot on those servers. And the problem I had with the shortstop's original reload animation was, again, it covered the crosshair. So I redid the animation specifically for that, for the reload. And the thing about the Creators TF balance mod thing for the shortstop is the reload animation was faster. They buffed the reload animation, at the time anyway. So the animation speed is a little slow, in my opinion. It feels slow, to me at least, because I made this animation at a higher speed for that specific reload speed in that server. I swear I did something else for a different weapon. I don't think I did, but it feels like I did. Oh, yes! The spy revolver. I only did the fire animation for the revolver, but yeah. The reload's the same, everything else is the same, but I did a different fire animation to make it feel more impactful. Yeah. Anyway, so that's that. Did I do the shove? No, I only did the shortstop fire and the shortstop reload. The shortstop, the old shortstop fire animation, or I guess the current one, the current official one, is just the reused fire animation from the pistol, pretty much. And considering the higher caliber round you have in the shortstop, and the size of the shortstop itself being as small as it is, I felt like it needed a bit more punch as well for the fire, and that's what I did for the shortstop as well. And I probably will implement those shortstop animations into this project. Don't mind me, I can't talk. Oh man. Yeah, that was base TF2. That was not the Unity version. That was literally just the original base TF2 in the item test room. That's all it was. Okay. Yeah, my entire audio is going through my headset. I need to change that. Hopefully the audio didn't break still. It should be fine. It might be a bit louder now for you guys, but it should still be fine. Okay. technically no. The short stop is already being loaded with a speed loader. It's just very hard to tell. But the bullets that are in the shortstop are attached to a speed loader. They're all connected. I don't plan to introduce ray tracing into my version of TF2. I guess it's not a priority, and even then, I don't think Unity's support for ray tracing is all that good right now. I would imagine. I wouldn't bother with the hassle of it at the moment. Anyway, back to alignments. Boring stuff. Oh, also, I need to hide the, hide that. We don't need that. In fact, I don't need any of this. Yeah, get rid of everything. It doesn't need that. Just show me the mesh. That's all I care about. For now. Why is it so visible? Oh, this is still here. Now it makes sense. Okay. There we go, now it's clear. So, let's replicate the position of the shotgun. Wait. The hands aren't in the right place, right? Can't remember how I did this for the rocket launcher, unfortunately. I had a process for this and I forgot it. I need to write it down. Is this... Hold up. Wireframe view. Wireframe view, please. Wireframe, thank you. Remember, guys, I'm not going to be checking chat a whole lot today, because it's going by pretty fast, I imagine. I check it every once in a while, but I need to prioritize getting stuff done, you know? Instead of just reading chat all the time. Screen's black. Wait, what? How? It was working. Why did... Okay. It was fine, and then it wasn't fine. Okay. Fixed it. Sorry, guys. I thought just closing TF2 would just make that that capture go away instead of it going black, I guess. It's weird. I don't get that. I thought it behaved differently. Okay. Fixed it, though. Sorry about that. It's gonna be really annoying to do this. I think for other classes I might have a different process I might use, but it might be a little too late for Soldier. I had a better process when I did the engineer animations and stuff. It's unfortunate. Because I can't really adjust these the way I want it to. Let's get the shotgun to line. It looks like I can do that now. And then I can, oh, the shotgun's not alignable. Hold up. Top view. Okay, I guess I can just line up the shotgun. I should be able to just do that. And everything else should line up when I do that. Where's the pivot? It's back there. And the shotgun pivot's here. All I care about is the shotgun though. Where's the shotgun? The main purpose of lining this up with the base shotgun pose is so that I can reuse some of the animations. Because I don't plan to redo everything. I just want to make some animations better than they were before. And if there are animations that I would consider to be still fine or sufficient enough, then I would probably just reuse it. I do that for the rocket launcher already. The rocket launcher already has the fire animation and the reload animation reused, because there's nothing particularly wrong with those. Probably just should have started with shotgun. Okay, that's good. This might be good enough. This is all done in one PC. But I have two graphics cards. My secondary graphics card is encoding the stream, and my primary is currently doing everything else at the moment. I mean, if you have an offer, just be sure to check the FAQ. I have more information on what my stance is on bringing people in right now or not. Because I'm currently looking for very specific people, and I also don't look to have a huge team behind this project, because I feel like that'd be hard to manage. And yeah, in the FAQ I mentioned the kinds of people I'm looking for, and I already have 3 people on board helping with the networking and other programming related stuff in Unity. And the people I'm looking for, I'll always keep up to date in the FAQ. So if the current, I guess, job offer that I'm looking for people to join in for is taken, I'll remove them from the FAQ. And if I'm looking for anyone else for a new role that needs to be filled in that I've found that might need help with, then I'll add it to the FAQ. That's probably the best way I can convey the information in real time, because I can't just make new videos or blog posts about it all the time. So I suppose I can show how the Unity animator is set up. I suppose I could do that. Not right now though, but probably later. I'm not the best person to ask for advice in regards to 3D modeling. That's not my main thing. Animation and rigging is more my forte, I suppose. Oh yeah, that's good enough. Yeah, getting distracted with chat again. Cool. Now pose the fingers. Wait, I did it with tracking, didn't I? Stripping. Never mind. Okay, let's see. This is so uncomfortable to look at. I really don't like the system. I need a better way to do this to line it up. Of course, I could just make a new pose, I guess, but I need to I want to reuse the animations for some of the actions. And the only way to do that well is to always have the same idle pose for all of it. Guess it doesn't have to perfectly line up. Just enough. Doesn't need to be perfect. Should be good. I also might need to expand the IK a little bit on the fingers for the shotgun specifically, because I might need that. Because I've got some precise finger posing ahead of me, I imagine. This will be a little harder to align, but it should be possible. I think C models are used for everything, though, aren't they? They made everything C models at some point. It wasn't always like that, but I'm pretty sure all the guns are just C models now. Pretty much, I think. Let me copy the location. Wait, what? Didn't mean to change the group. Oh, right. That always makes things strange. I guess I have to do that manually. The constraint is kind of screwing up how that works. So just place it manually. The constraint I have set up is to temporarily parent the left hand with the right hand, so that whenever I move the right hand, it moves the left hand with it. But it also kind of messes up when I try to set the location to something. It's not going to be the... It's not going to line up, pretty much. I'm currently lining up my IK rig with the old shotgun idle pose. That's what I'm doing right now. Because I want to keep the idle pose the same, so I can reuse some of the older animations that are fine. And still be able to create my own animations using the default idle pose as a base. The twist bone's a bit different, I guess. What looks better? Oh, it's clipping. That's probably why they don't do that. Feels like better rigging would solve that though, which should be able to do. But I should probably save that for later again. It's not too particularly interesting to try to figure all that out all out on stream. This is boring enough already. I don't think that's entirely necessary. I get it. Might not be worth the trouble because the old view model the old view model weapons technically, yes, had some higher fidelity aspects about them. However, I think some of it is kind of overrated, if you ask me. It looks, if you look at the rocket launcher in Engine right now, in Unity, in like my project, I think it looks fine. I'm using the C model. I think the main issue with how the guns look in first person these days compared to how it looks back in the day is the shading. I thought that was a more noticeable change than just the texture work. Or whatever. Like the model fidelity or whatever. The thing is, I don't think it looks that much better. I think it just looks a bit different. To me, the fidelity of the texture work and the model is similar. Different, but similar. The main thing, to me, that's actually like a more of a direct upgrade or downgrade is the shading from the old view models to the new. And shading in my version is already getting reworked anyway. I think they look fine now. Anyway. Note to self, line up these idle poses off stream first. This is so boring to watch, I imagine. Maybe it's interesting to see. Close now. That's about good enough. My fingers. To be honest, vertex count isn't as big as a factor as it was back in the day when it comes to performance cost. The more impactful things performance, at least in the context of modern gaming computers, is shaders and the post-processing effects and stuff. Drawing models is pretty cheap these days. Just drawing a bunch of vertices and the lines and faces and whatnot. Those are simpler than other aspects of rendering these days. Not to say I won't plan to import the level of detail meshes, it's just not as important these days when considering making a game for a modern gaming computer. Right. How's the stomach shaped anyway? Okay. Let me get the index, or I guess all these fingers out of the way. These are in the wrong spot. Give me some more contrast. That's better. Check wireframe. That's fine. It's still random, though. Do you know? It's still random. Random crits do get more, or the odds of random crit happening to you will increase, sure, depending on if you do more damage or healing. But it's still random. It's still based on odds. You don't know when they're going to come. It's still not perfectly predictable. It's just more likely. Smash meter is not the same thing. Smash meter is something that is predictable. Because it's not really random. It's just a meter you build up as you do damage in Smash Ultimate. That's all it is. That is predictable. You can even see it build up on screen. I don't know what I want to do with random crits when I implement it. Okay. Here's the thing with how I'm going to do it. Random crits are going to be off by default for servers. But if people want to turn it on, they'll have the option to. So they will still exist. And when I implement them, I'm not sure if I want to change how they work. But regardless, they'll be off by default. That's the plan. And honestly, I don't know if I really want to make changes to it, especially for a system that I don't really understand the appeal of. People seem to like it. It's just not for me, and not for a lot of people as well. I don't know what it would be like. It's up to the 3 people I have helping me with the networking and stuff. 3 people. And they are going to be making their own decisions on that regard, because I don't know anything about it. That's on them. I can't comment further on that. Never fucking aligned, I don't. It'd be easier if these bones were the same orientation and stuff, but also at the same time I don't want that. Because I need good bone orientation for IK to work how I want it to. Especially for the fingers. IK fingers would be nice. Sorry, it came online. Do you realize how long that list would have to be for it to? It would be a long list of answered questions, and I wouldn't want to just be scrolling on the screen because it'd be so much information, and you're probably gonna miss a lot of it. And the better way to do it is the FAQ. Get people to look at the FAQ and stuff. The problem with that right now is the FAQ is still not fully developed. I don't have all the questions that I need to be on there at this time. It still needs work. But that's the better solution. It's not as intrusive, and it works better if people are actually willing to look at that page. The form isn't twisting because that's just how the TF2 arms are rigged. I would like to address that at some point, but not right now. That's for later. It's not particularly interesting to set something like that up, especially because I would need to figure out the best way to do it for these kinds of models. I've done it before, it's just not for already rigged models, and I have to make sure the rigging still pretty much acts the same and all that. It's just, yeah. Gotta figure all that stuff out, and that's not going to be something I'm going to be streaming, for sure. Okay. How long have I been using Blender? I think I have that question answered already in the FAQ, so please take a look at that first. Yeah, I've seen that video. Not a fan of it, personally, as, like, having it as a default mechanic, because it would just encourage players to gain bad habits of trying to farm or crit. Even if that kind of tactic isn't viable, it's going to encourage players to do that. It's going to... Yeah, I don't know, I don't like the concept of it to be, like, the standard. Maybe as a side thing, I guess. It's just definitely not the default for random crits. Allowing custom mods and stuff and maps especially would be nice. It's just something I don't know how possible it is with Unity. I haven't looked into it, and it's not a priority at the moment either. My priority is to get the game working. Get the base game done, pretty much, in Unity. And worry about stuff like that later. I mean, I don't plan to change how registering backside hits behave, necessarily. There are some problems with the back burner related to how large the fire hitboxes are, and they get deflected off of surfaces easily, causing the back hitbox to not work. That's specific to the back burner, though. Otherwise, it's either due... You get no registered back hits because of either latency. The person might have looked towards you as you shot them, but you haven't seen it yet because of interp or something, maybe. I don't know that exact possibility there, but I imagine that's probably sometimes what happens. And there's also the fact that the third-person poses for the characters have their backs leaning towards one side, so it makes it so if you look at the backside of a character from the left, from their left side, how can I put this? It makes it look like more of their back hitbox is accessible than there actually is, if that makes any sense, because of how they have their backs rotated a little bit. Those are just things you have to be aware of as you use weapons like that, and especially as Spy. And I don't really plan to change that kind of stuff either, because that's just kind of how the game is. If it becomes a problem, then sure, but I'm not going to address it unless it actually becomes a problem in this project. If that makes sense. But first things first is to get the game working in the first place, right? Okay. So we have the shotgun pose now. I realize how slow I work with such a busy chat. I try not to look at it, but it just gets distracting. So we can hide, or delete this now. So, wait. Oh, I didn't do this. The thumb is still not aligned. What's in that? Whoops. Then I can properly delete it. Why is this looking really off? Hold on. Rotate a lot, okay. Huh. Wait a minute. Do I have to rotate this bone? That's weird. Okay. I don't like that, but whatever. This bone should be locked on an axis, but whatever. I guess it can be a little flexible. everything's just off. I can't even tell what's going on. Okay, good enough. No, animation's gonna be done by me. And honestly, when it comes to people joining the team, I want to review their work and approve of their work before they do anything for the project. I have pretty high standards in terms of quality of work. So, I mean, feel free to do what you want. Just don't expect me to be obligated to include your contributions, because I'm just not going to include just anybody's work. So if you want to help, ideally first make sure I am looking for that particular type of person. Right now I'm not looking for an animator. Check the FAQ. The FAQ has information on what kinds of people I'm looking for. At the moment, it's just someone that can help model and texture for certain things. In the style of TF2, obviously. Because TF2 has its very unique texturing style. But other than that, right now, I'm not looking for much of anybody else at this time. Not that it won't change in the future, but I've already got plenty of people helping me out with networking and programming and stuff. Now I just need a little bit of help in another category, and then I should be set for a bit. Yeah, I plan to add the legacy option. I went over that in the devlog. Devlog number 2. Asking help from Valve? I don't know. What would Valve even do? I don't know. Valve has kind of neglected the TF2 scene for the longest time. It just seems weird to go to them to ask for help, but I don't know. I'm getting so distracted with chat, I'm sorry. Okay. So, here's the thing I'll be doing with animations with the shotgun. There are going to be different types of animations that I'll be doing, depending on the state of the gun. I think I had this set up so I could actually better visually show you guys what I mean. Let me launch H3 VR, which is a virtual reality game that happens to have the TF2 weapons in it. It's basically a gun simulator, I suppose, and Anton implemented a bunch of TF2 weapons and stuff. I can visually show you what I want to do with the animation as I work on it today. So I think I'll do that. 1 second. Is this stream OBS setup? Should be. Let's see. Let's give it a shot. Let's just launch it. If it will launch, that's the question. I might need to lower the volume for it. Maybe not. I think it should be fine, actually. Probably. Probably. Yeah, I'm going to be recreating the animations. That's what I'm going to be going over real quick. Okay, let me make sure that... Oh, no way. My headset. It won't move the position. Hold on, let me relaunch Oculus. I can rotate the head, but I can't move it. That is really annoying. Let me do that. It was working before I started the stream. I went and tested that. That's... God. Oculus is really bad when it comes to its software, I think. It just constantly gives me issues. Yeah, H3VR is a Unity game too, by the way. Okay, hopefully... I really hope I don't need to restart like the computer or something. God. I think actually at worst I just need to reinstall Oculus software. Usually that fixes it. It's just really annoying to do. Every time there's a problem, is to reinstall it. It's horrible. Oculus is fine otherwise. It's just their software sucks. Always has been. I don't know if this is... Nope, not yet. Nothing coming through my headset. Thank you, Oculus Rift. I'm gonna lower the music volume a bit more. There we go. I will get it to work. Just give me some time here. I really want to show it like this first. Nothing's coming through. Okay, you know what? Yeah. I guess I have to reinstall Oculus again. I did this already just this morning too. Such a good piece of software. This will take like 5-7 minutes or something. I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to do the pickup mechanic or not. That's an extra feature. Maybe not. I'm not totally against it or for it, so it's up in the air. So yeah. At most, this will take about 10 minutes. Unfortunately. Ideally, it would have just worked. But that's not the world we live in, I suppose, right? Facebook headset. Good thing that I don't have a Facebook account attached to it. And I also have all my VR games on Steam, so I don't need a Oculus account anyway. So once they actually make that a requirement, I can get by. As long as the headset still works. Which, at the moment, doesn't seem like it is, even without that, but... Anyway. Reinstall, this will take a bit. The Oculus Rift S, minus the software, is fine. It's just the software that bugs me so much. There's so many problems. At least in my experience. It just stops working all the time. Really annoying. Reinstalling the software tends to make it work again. At least. But I already had to do this morning. And it already stopped working for no reason. So, I don't know. It is downloading the software. It might cause the stream to halt a little bit. Hopefully it doesn't break the stream. Yep, did it again. It's like on a cycle. It's going to keep disconnecting and reconnecting. I hate it when it does this. My internet is pretty crap. Sorry about this, guys. Hopefully it doesn't die, though. Like, it should be maybe okay. I don't know. You'll see. Hopefully. Fix my internet then? Yeah, I wish. Maybe if Xfinity wasn't complete crap either. Then maybe. Yeah. It's like on a 10-second cycle, I think. Or something like that. It's 10 to 15 seconds. It'll keep disconnecting and reconnecting as I download the software. Yeah. That's kind of annoying. Again, I'm sorry about that. Nothing. Back again. Hello. At least the cycle's predictable. Just because Xfinity works well for you, we back again for like 5 seconds probably. Hello. Okay, genius idea. Lower the bitrate of the upload of the stream to 1,000 kilobytes per second. That might keep it from halting. Hopefully it doesn't kill the stream. Should be fine. It shouldn't. How are we doing now? Thousand kilobytes. That is 10 times less than I was streaming at before. So, I would imagine. Man. Bitrate is now like 500 now. I'm going to brace it back up once the download is done. It's pretty close. Yeah, don't worry about the pixelated mess on screen. I'm going to fix that once this is done. Yeah, it's fine now, and then all of a sudden it keeps breaking, right? So it might happen again. Anticipate it. I don't know. That's the thing. I don't know why this internet behaves so strangely. Like, there's like a weird problem where if I try to push it too hard, it just breaks or something. Like streaming at the same time and downloading software, 5 GB software at the same time seems to be too much. And it doesn't make sense. There's nothing in the contract of Xfinity that says that's part of the plan of limits and whatnot. That's not what that is. It seems to be unintentional or something being faulty. Really? The Oculus software stopped downloading. Is this even worth doing now? Should I just not do the H3VR example? The download just halted. It's not progressing now. Man. That's the whole point of me being on Windows 10 right now. Was to show that off. Because I can only get Oculus to work in Windows 10. So I guess never mind. That really sucks, though. I looked forward to showing that off. How's it going? Being heavily disappointed about my internet connection. That's what's helping. That's what's happening. Anyway, back to improving the bitrate. Should improve in a moment here. All right, should be good. I guess I'm just gonna do it without showing how I'm gonna do it. Ugh. God damn it. I mean, the SFM rigging has their own constraint setups and stuff. I mean, this is my own rig. I configure how I please. So, also, there's something weird going on here. I did not account for that. Let's see. Yeah, good thing I caught that, to be honest. It's a little weird. And I don't think that's how it was before, so. Oh, I want the idle, actually. Yeah. Oh, maybe it was like that before. Oh, that's so weird. At least it's not in view, I guess. Ugh. Oh my god. Whatever. Anyway, back to the... Oh, I should probably take note of how long it was. Ends on frame 25. I'm not going to hard restrain myself to that, though. I can make it longer if I want. But ideally, the gun needs to be ready to fire, visually speaking, at frame 25. Okay. So I guess I'll try to explain the best I can how I'm going to do these weapon animations then. I really, really wanted to show the H3VR example, because I can just easily like move the shotgun around in H3 the way I would probably try to animate it, just to show you guys what I plan on doing. But anyway, so this will affect reloads as well, but when you draw your shotgun, there will be two versions of it. Maybe three, but definitely two. There will be a version of the shotgun being drawn where you don't pump it, and there will be a version where you do pump it. So, for example, if you fire your shotgun and then immediately switch to a different weapon before the shotgun gets pumped, when you draw the weapon back out, that's when you pump it again. But if you fire your shotgun, let it pump, swap out, and then swap back in, you draw it without the pump. If that makes sense. It'll keep the gun behaving as it probably should in real life, if that makes sense. I'll do a similar thing with reloads. If you fire your shotgun and you empty the clip, if you fire your last shot, the pump will be a half pump. And only a half pump. You won't pump it back forward. You'll just pump it back all the way. And then start the reload by putting a shell directly into the ejection port, into the round, into the active chamber. And then you resume putting the shells into the bottom side. That's the idea. And of course, if you're just reloading while you still have one in the chamber, then you'll just do a normal reload that's in the game already. Of course, without the pump at the end. Because if you try to pump the gun with already a round in the chamber, then what's the point in that? But yeah, that's the idea. You're just going to have a bit of variation of how the animation works. The timings will not change for the reloads or anything. It's just for the visual aesthetics of it. Make it feel and look better. No, I know that's what I need to do for surfing. I know that's what I need to do. It's a matter of finding the exact thresholds that I need to tune it to make it behave like TF2 surfing. Because yeah, I know that's what I need to do. It's just a matter of finding the numbers of the thresholds of what I need to set it to. Okay, anyway. So yeah, that's the objective of the animation. I really wanted to show visually what I mean, because I'm pretty sure some people don't even know how these guns are meant to work in real life. So showing a visual example of loading the guns in H3 VR would have been a better way to explain it. Anyway, so we need to do 2 shotgun draws. One with a pump and one without. So let's name this draw pump. No, we need the new one to be named this. New shotgun draw. And then this will be pump. Yeah, 45 degrees is the base. However, that changes depending on your horizontal speed. If you're moving way faster horizontally in the air, you can surf on less steep slopes. That's the problem. I need to implement that. I don't think I've ever mentioned bunny hopping. I'm not sure what you're referring to. I think I mentioned it once in the context of restraining the speed of bunny hopping by hard clamping your ground speed. So you can't like carry speed through bunny hopping, which is in base TF2 already. So of course I'm going to bring that over. How long does it take to bake lights? Oh, with the complete map, it takes quite a while. It's not like I can't wait it out overnight, though. That's fine. The wait is not the problem. You just need to manage when you do the bakes. I'm used to doing stuff like that because I render stuff in Blender all the time in cycles, and you have to wait in a similar amount of time, if not longer. So, it's not a big deal for me. So the main controller to worry about is this. I'm going to pull it from the similar area, which is down. Oh, give me these guys as well. That'd be good. I might need to move the arm. Actually, make sure that's key post at the end. Okay, now let's move it. Rotate like this. Move you back. Raise the elbow for the right arm. Relax this hand pose a little bit by rotating it that way. Fix the finger posing later. I exported the models from TF2 directly. You just need the tools to export, and then there you go. You got the models. You just need the right tools. These are essentially the only two key poses I need. I just need to make the transition in between the two poses interesting. However, the starting key pose could be a little better still. How do you, like, reach a bit more with your right arm? A little bit, not too much. Reach a bit more, like that. Still good on that. Don't want these to be pushed too far in front of the camera, otherwise with high FOVs you can see the inside of the arm, which is not ideal. If that becomes a problem, it's not like potentially we could revise these first-person arm models to extend further up to the shoulder, at least, but Scout probably is going to need that. Scout doesn't have any elbows or anything, it's just a forearm, and that's it. But yeah. So now we work on the in-betweens. Engineer already does that during the actual draw animation. I don't think he needs it for the reload. Not to say it doesn't fit him, I just don't see why to change it to be like that. He already does the spin thing as he draws it, so. Check the FAQ, please, before you ask questions. Okay. Let's try some things out. I'm only going to need these three for now. Not too abrupt. Too slow. So I'm gonna need to start this earlier. I worry about these songs being in this playlist, because I know you guys probably are not going to be too happy about it. I unironically enjoy these songs, but I'm aware of its stigma. But whatever. I prefer to keep them on, but I know the stigma's a thing. That is not the direction I'm going. It's trusting us. Let's see. I really wish I had H3 VR open right now. I can actually visualize how I wanted to move the shotgun as I drew it. That's why I wanted it to work today. Ah, that's so upsetting. It would have been nice to have. Just to do some acting myself. Just to get some ideas. Ah, alright. I mean, I do have an airsoft gun I could act with, I guess. But, nah. It's not the same shape. So, let's see. I'm just gonna get it. Oh, that's fine. Yeah. All right. I'm just gonna act it with this. Okay, hold on. Try this. I have to bring it up more. I still need to make that settle less sluggishly slow. Let's move this in. Something like that. Still needs to be a little faster, though, I think. Let me move that right arm so it's not already in its final spot. It doesn't need to be there yet. Okay, that's too much. Too much. Not to that extreme. But I just don't... This is what I call hitting a brick wall. The arm just stops moving when it feels like it probably should have continuous movement. I don't like that. So we need to make it continuous. Like that. And I might need some extra frames at the end. The gun will be active at frame 25, but I can still add more animation afterwards. It'll just be able to be cancelled out of with any action at this point. So, let's see. Yeah, having the right arm lead the action might be better too. Yeah, which means it would need to be visible first. And I also probably need to move this arm forward more. Now it's hitting a brick wall, so that means I need to bring this back up here. No brick wall moments, please. Ugh. Hold on. Okay, so it needs to start rotating further. An animation like this might work if it had a stock, but it's not. There's no stock, so there's nothing for this to impact, so it makes it feel weird to me. It's like you're slamming the stock of the gun into your shoulder, and it will work for that, but there's no stock, so I can't do this. So move it forward more then. What? Oh, I see what's also happening. Ooh, I know what's missing. That's not what I meant to do. Move this over where I can overshoot. Okay, that's... No, something's still missing. Oh, by stock, I meant like an actual stock for the gun that mounts onto your shoulder. That's what I meant. The shotgun doesn't have that. It's a stockless shotgun. There's nothing here. It's you just hold it in your hand and you let your right hand eat all that recoil as you fire it, and that would be, this gun would be really painful to shoot, I imagine. Yikes. The point of the stock is to have your shoulder be part of the support as you carry and fire the gun. So, not having that, yeah, it's weird. The Zetto is late. That's what's happening right now. Oops. hate that. Undo. Yeah, if I see any first-person animations, I feel like, yeah, I can improve on that. I'll give that a shot. I don't do that for everything. So, like, for example, the soldier rocket launcher fire and reload, I've kept to be the same. They are not changed at all. The only thing that makes them look different is the additive walking animations that's on top of it as you move, but the base animations are not different. So, yeah. But for things like the soldier shotgun drop, which is not particularly interesting in the main game, that is something I would like to be a little bit more interesting. I suppose is the best word I can give. Not distracting, at least for the base animations, but if anything should be distracting, it's the the additive animations that you could toggle on and off if you wish, but the base animations need to be reasonable. I haven't looked into the rocket launcher draw, to be honest. The main reason for that is because there's no weapon swapping yet in the build. It's only the rocket launcher, so I can't swap the weapon to anything else. So I haven't bothered seeing if that's good enough for what I have. For the systems I have, I mean. So there's been progress with the networking. There's still a lot of work to go though. So if there's any updates that are like major, I will be sure to let people know about it in the Discord server. I'm probably limiting the view model FOV. Not to be too low, just not. It's just the base TF2 view model field of view is unlimited. You can set it to whatever you want, to any absurd extreme. I want to get rid of those absurd extremes, where you can essentially just see your arms and then you see your really really tiny gun in the center. That's stupid. I don't need that. If you want your field of view if you want your field of view for your view model to be that stupid, you can just go back to original TF2. I imagine it doesn't need to be that dumb. No, I'm not interested in learning anything regarding how to make anything for Source. I don't gain anything from that. I have no interest in it. So why would I do it? I don't know. Where's that at? And it's brick wall again. Okay, this is a good moment for motion paths. 30. Just to see how its motion curve is looking. Yeah, it's too straight. Yeah, that's bad. Let's see what I can do with it. Ooh. It's still kind of bad. Okay, what's causing this problem? Move you up more. Like that. It's just moving too fast to the side now. So I gotta figure something out for that. Let's just move that up. Maybe? Curves. Don't lose the curve. It's settling very abruptly. Oh, that's probably why. Not that much. Still abrupt. Gotta simplify this again. I know what the problem is. I just need to figure out a way to make it look good. It takes time. It's got to be patient. I know the front end of the gun is part of the problem, but I'm focusing on the right hand first. I might need continuous motion now. Just pull that out. Okay. Now what's going on the front side? Get rid of you. Let's do that. Now I need to work with the front side. Okay. So, too much to the side here. Way too far to the left. Okay. Push the right arm forward, or to the right a bit more. Okay. Just realized this is no pump draw, so I'll just make that. I don't read chat too much. Main reason being is I just want to focus on working more so than constantly getting distracted by chat. It's really, really easy to just get distracted and get nothing done. It's just how it is. I don't plan to change how I approach handling chat. Just 7 something. Just trying a bunch of times. Ooh, I see. That is not good. This angle is pretty obvious what the problem is. That's too short. Far too short. There we go. Let's fix the elbow here. There we go. Quick fix. Now the arm, or the left hand. Relax. I'm not done. Realize that this is a work in progress animation and I haven't addressed every issue yet. I know the fingers are clipping. In fact, these fingers don't matter, by the way. But the thumb here does. The fingers don't matter because they don't... You can't see them. So... why should I care? If you can't see it, there's no reason to address it. However, you can see the thumb, so it's worth addressing that. So... select the entire thumb, please. Thank you. So yeah, we have a thumb clipping in as the hand is rotated a little bit. So we need a different pose for that thumb for the start. I should probably translate it, to be honest. Makes the hand looks kind of weird here with the shape, so I can just translate it. It's fine. Yeah. Might need to change how that's posed still. Slow it down. I'm gonna lower it. Okay. I don't see why you would want to do animations in Unity. I think you can, it's just Unity animation... If you're trying to do animation within Unity, there's not as much tools to help make your life animating easier. It's way too limited in what tools it has for that. Yeah, the thumb sliding down is intentional. That's part of the point of the left hand being posed. Like the left hand is posed to be slightly rotated a little bit clockwise, and then settles as the soldier aims it in front of him. So that's the idea. How many lines of C#? It's hard to keep track because of the multiple scripts, and now that I have multiple people on board, not even all of it's my code anymore, so hard to say. It's not really me, my main thing anyway. The only scripting I'll probably be doing at this point is fairly basic stuff, while the other people helping me will do the more important, fundamental parts of the game, I guess. I don't know the terminology. Like the groundworks of how the game works, how it handles weapons, how it handles the classes, stats, things like that. For me, I have no issue with animating the payload in Blender, because I already have the map loaded in Blender. Because I imported the map using a plugin that's in Blender, so I have the entire map loaded in Blender already, so I can just animate the cart following the track using curves. The thing with that is I've heard people bring it up being a potential barrier to entry for like making custom maps. I'll probably implement a system where you can use a curve system or something within Unity itself. You can like say the cart, as you're making a map, you can say whether or not the cart uses a baked animation or follows a curve that's already on the map or something like that. I'll worry about that later, but that should be pretty easy to do. It's just making the animations baked is simple enough for me, and it works. Yeah, Soldier and the rocket launcher is the only thing in the build right now. Ray tracing does have its uses in my projects. I can use it in place of reflection probes, because reflection probes are kind of baked reflections, and the transitions between probes aren't always the smoothest. It would fix that, and it would fix the inaccurate reflections in some rooms and stuff like that. But I don't plan to implement it, because it's, for one, Unity I don't think has great support for RTX. At least to my knowledge. I don't know if that for sure. But it's also, I just don't think it's all that important for a game like this, especially for like an online shooter like this. I don't know. Reflection probes do a fine enough job. I do see the RTX benefits, because all I would need it for is the reflections, to replace the reflection probes I have set up. If you don't know what reflection probes are, they're basically cube maps, but do a little bit more than just be static reflections. If that makes sense. I can't say I can keep the original ragdolls, because the ragdolls in TF2 uses, I believe, the Havok's physics engine, and Unity has its own proprietary physics engine. So there's always going to be a difference in behavior of physics inherently. So I can't say for sure if it's going to behave the same. I'm sure going to tune it the way I want it to make it feel similar as possible, but there's only so much I can do regarding that. I mean, at the end of the day, RTX would be a toggleable option for people that might want it. It wouldn't be like a requirement or anything, So, of course, yes, it would be a performance drain, but what if there are people out there who are willing to take the hit, It's fine if you don't, and it's fine if I don't. Like, you just have to be considerate of everyone that's going to play the game. That's kind of the mindset you need to have as a developer, right? You can't just think about yourself. The multiplayer is not ready for that yet. I mean, yeah, obviously once we get multiplayer ready, we're going to playtest the heck out of that while we work on it to make sure things are working the way we want it to, but it's too early. There's no hit registration yet at all. We aren't at that stage yet for other characters shooting at each other. We're not at that stage. It's too early. We literally started working on this a few days ago. Relax and be patient. I don't really use any Blender add-ons, at least not right now. The only ones I have is to import the TF2 assets directly. So I can just click on an MDL or a .qc file, and then everything imports automatically. All the materials set up, all the textures and everything gets imported. You don't need any other external tools like Crowbar or whatever. You can just use Blender alone. But other than that, I'm using default Blender. I mean, it's hard for me to say whether or not Blender was hard to learn. It took time, because I started learning Blender like a decade ago when I was in middle school. And I just kind of tinkered around with Blender all these years, and I just got better at it with time, I guess. We're going to find that plugin? Let's see. I don't know if I have a link quite ready to give out. Let me find it. Should be able to find it to Google. Here it is. Gonna link it in chat. That is the plugin I use to import maps and model files from TF2. And You will need the source Blender tools as well. It won't work fully unless you have the actual Valve source Blender tools installed at the same time. You need them both. Okay. Some tweaks I can still make. Let's see. Yeah, Blender Guru is by far the best way to start learning Blender if you're interested. I always point people to Blender or Blender Guru if you are interested. Start with the Blender Donut tutorial series from them, and yeah, that's definitely the best way to start. Just go through that. I always point people towards that. I mean, technically, these animations could be importable into base TF2, I guess. However, I'm not gonna worry about that because there are some potential things that might be changing with how the fundamental rigging and stuff for first-person models. I might change some of that, and that probably won't be compatible with just adding it to the custom folder. I think maybe I don't know. I know animations alone work, but making changes to the rig might cause issues. I mean, that's what I'm doing right now. I'm making first-person animations that are, I would hope, to be an improvement from the original. Ugh, okay. Anyway, I think that's good enough for draw from now. So let's do the other one, draw with pump. There's only so much I can do to optimize a game like this for literal, like, retro computers or whatever. Like, old school stuff from, like, 2010 and under. It'll probably run. But my goal is not to... how would I put this? The goal of this project is to give TF2 basically a modern makeover, and as a consequence of that, this version of TF2 is for sure guaranteed to ask more of your GPU than base TF2. I know TF2 is very finicky with the CPU, always has been, and especially after hearing stories of people's performance hell hellish issues that they encounter on their systems, even though if their systems are like perfectly capable. I've heard nightmares. I personally never had that kind of problem myself, even without any sort of performance configurations or anything. When I play TF2, I play on default settings. I don't use any performance configs myself. I use maximum graphics settings and stuff because that doesn't impact performance for me. DX9, everything, and I have no issues. Even before I got my 5900X, which is overkill, but my previous CPU being the i7 7700K, which is a modestly decent CPU. But I've heard people with even better CPUs than that have issues when I have not had those issues with that CPU. It's weird. I don't really get that. Let's see. How can I do this? DX12? Wait, what? Wait, are you just referring to the context of Unity? I don't think this Unity version is going to support DX12. I've heard DX12 support on Unity is also kind of finicky. So it's probably going to be DX11. I mean, that's why they call it a hip fire. You don't aim down the sights in TF2, so you hip fire. Obviously, if you try to shoot a gun in real life, you probably will want to aim down sights so you can actually be accurate, but TF2 doesn't really care about that. It doesn't have to be. Anyway. So I need to rework this. So we have the left hand. We have the same endpoints, but now we need to insert a pump with this version of the draw. No pump draws done. Now we need a pump. Let's see. I'm starting to get hungry. I might need a food break pretty soon, by the way. Let's see. This is why HRV would have been nice. I have my airsoft gun. It's a rifle, but there's no pump, and it's kind of awkward to try to imitate a pump through acting because it's... Yeah, that's not right. Okay, I think I know what I do. I don't know what I'm gonna eat. Oh, I know. I'm gonna have leftover lasagna. Home baked. It's good. And since it's leftovers, it won't take too long to heat up. So I'll probably be spending like a half hour or so eating it because I'm fairly slow at eating. So that's gonna take a while. But I won't be stopping the stream when I eat because I still want to keep working. Oh, I just realized the song is still playing. It's been like 10 minutes. Move on. is the extended version. That was going to go on for like a whole half hour. So we need a posed target here. Yeah, same starting pose, that's fine. The idea of this pause is to give time for soldier's left hand to pump it before he continues to raise it up. Holding it still makes it more stable and easier to pump, so that's the idea of doing it like that. It doesn't have to be perfectly still. No, it wouldn't be natural to do that. It doesn't need to keep moving. It just needs to slow down. I don't know how other ports are going to work at the moment. Right now I'm just prioritizing Windows, but if Linux ends up being a fairly simple task, I'll of course allow for that, I suppose. But at the moment I'm just I want to get the game working first. That's what I want first. So we got the pause and then aim it down. Front. Frame 25 is when it's going to be ready to shoot. It doesn't have to be perfect. It doesn't have to be perfectly aiming in front, but I just want the gun to be ready enough by that point, because that's when you can shoot. I ignored this completely when I did those over-the-top engineer animations. That animation went way over 25. But, whatever. It still kind of worked. But I want to follow the rules a bit more strictly. These. It's a little slow on the rise, to be honest. I'm gonna change this picture. And oh yeah, every class is going to have a different set of animations, even if they have the same weapon. Most usually beat the shotgun, because obviously every class's arms are rigged differently, shaped differently, and on top of that, the classes behave differently, characteristically speaking. So you'd want to use different animations anyway. I'm trying to rotate this as it sits still, like that. Doesn't just sit still for that long. Yeah. The plan is, I'm going to have two different draw animations for the shotgun. One without a pump, which is what this is. No pump. And then one with a pump, which I haven't animated that part yet, but that's what this is going to be. And which one will play will depend on whether or not you pumped the shotgun before you swapped out of it. So if you fire your shotgun and then immediately swap to a different gun, it'll consider the gun not pumped, and when you swap back to it, it's going to play the pump animation when you draw it. But if you did pump the gun before you swapped away from it, it'll play the other animation where you don't pump it, because you don't need to pump it twice. This won't affect timings of reloads or anything. It's just purely cosmetic. So, yeah. And this is the kind of stuff you can't do in base TF2, even as a mod, because you don't have that kind of control of whether or not these variations of animations are going to play or not. You can't do that. It's the kind of stuff I wish I could add to the base game, but you can't. New maps are not part of the plan at all. Porting over maps from the existing game is hard enough already. So, yeah, that's not part of the plan at the moment. Okay. Just let it roll on the shotgun as I pump it. Okay. Hmm. Is there anything I can do to make the hand move with the pump in the rigging setup without screwing up the animations I just did? It's another thing I failed to consider as I did that. Because I can easily do that, it's just you might screw up the animation that I just did. Could do a different approach. Probably. I have an idea. Yeah. Which bone was this? Weapon bone one. I have no idea where you are. But probably in this mess. Yeah. Let's see. I can't just attach the pump to the hand, like as if I'm parenting it, because if the hand rotates, it's going to rotate the pump. I don't want that. And if I move the hand slightly in a way where it doesn't align with the slide, or is that the right term? And I don't know. That the pump slides on this cylinder, and if I move the hand side to side or down or up or anything, it's going to make that move as well. I just want it to lock on the Y. Or what axis is the bone locked to? Okay, so it's local Z axis of the pump. I was thinking of maybe setting up a driver system. I just need to figure out how I'm going to configure that. I'm gonna need to sit down and think about this for a second. The issue is I would prefer it to be automated, so I don't have to manually make sure the pump is aligned with the hand. That's an option. I just don't like the manual work of trying to keep that perfectly aligned, especially as I make adjustments to the hand pump animation for just the hand specifically. If I make any alterations to that, I might need to make changes to this bone again. It's just going to be kind of a pain. So it'd just be ideal to make that automated if I can. A driver system, in theory, could work. I just don't know if the world space calculations I have in mind are going to work. I do it in local space all the time. Well, doesn't hurt to try, I guess. I don't know why it doesn't... The driver is definitely still here and able to be used. I know that for a fact. I don't know why they don't let you see it when there's a keyframe, because I need that keyframe for other stuff. Oh wait, no, I have a better approach for this. Go to the driver. I need a new bone. It is very strange that the weapon bone is parented to the right hand, even though the left hand is in charge of the pump. I don't really know why they chose it that way. But I kind of have to keep it that way if I'm going to use animations. Nah. I appreciate the ideas, but not a lot of them are really going to work. Or won't be ideal. Just let me think about this. I can figure it out. Anyway, so what is the deal with you? Let's copy that stuff. Okay. Now this is the one that will have the driver. Or... The problem is it's rotated very strangely. Local space is not gonna... These rigs are very weird. This would work if it wasn't rotated strangely, but it is. Because its default rotation is this, because it's parented to the right hand. At this point, it's probably not worth doing that. It's just gotta do it manually. Just seems more of a pain to set something like that up. Yes, you can select both at the same time. That's not the problem. And I don't want to move them perfectly in sync anyway. Because I want the hand to not be locked to the axis of the pump. I want the hand to be able to move like this. Because your wrist isn't going to stay static. It needs to move around. So I can't just move them both at the same time all the time. I don't want to be doing that. got a work in progress pump at least. Pump animation. So we start off. It doesn't. Wait, I forget if this works or not. No, it won't work. Will it? Wait. Yeah, that won't work. So I need to move them both separately. Copy that position. Needs to hold this frame for another frame. And make it another. Okay, let me just focus on these. Pump it sooner. Now I need to get the right hand to react to the pump properly. So as soon as the pump hits the edge, we rotate the gun a little bit, push it back a little bit. Bring it down a little bit. It's a rough idea, but it needs to be polished. It's too much rotation, too much roll. It's too fast as well. Bring it up. Where is this? should hold 1 frame less, to be honest. Let's see. It's missing anticipation. The bump. I think I need to find something for that. Start with a higher raised barrel. It's it's a huge pain to tweak animations that are already baked, because all the animations that are that exist already. Every single bone is keyframed. So trying to work on something like that is a huge pain. And I also might as well just make my own animations, because I think I could probably just make it better from scratch anyway. But like, I don't know what I'm meant to do with this. I don't want to work with that. I need to hold that anticipation for like a frame more. Yeah. So, the projection port is probably next. I mean, I guess the oh yeah, I can polish the position of this more. Make it point up. I've made it work by having it point down as you pull towards it. It makes sense to me, personally. I do that for my engineer shotgun pump that I did back in August. No, I don't plan to share the animations between the classes. Like, imagine Heavy's arms doing this exact motion. That doesn't work. He has big arms, big hands. He holds the gun differently because of that. It's not gonna work. Wait. That's the right button. Alright. That should be better. Still needs to push this forward more. Those arms look cursed? Well, I'm not done with the arms anyway, but yeah. Soldier's the first one up. There's something still wrong here. I feel like. What am I missing? Yeah, hold up. Let's figure this out. Not too short. Alright. Right. Yeah, it's a timing issue now, I think. What are you? Something's like off in timing. I don't know about that. that looks more natural now. I was wondering what was missing with the subtles a while, but... Yeah, I live pretty close to an airport, like a small airport, so got some Cessnas up there and all that kind of stuff. Happens sometimes. I mean, technically, it's taking me a little longer because I'm streaming this, and especially since the chat is fairly active. It distracts me, even though I do try to pay attention to what I'm doing. It still takes my attention away and all that. It's not. I still think it's better to work while streaming because it motivates me to have longer work sessions. Because if I'm just up by myself, sometimes I just get lazy and just do little bits at a time, and not like do whole sessions. If you get what I mean. So technically, I'm still being more productive by doing this. It's just, I suppose, perhaps not perfect. Okay. Now let's do this. Let me have the pump result. This I can probably drive. Maybe not. It's just too hard to set up a restraint setup with how weird these bones are set. Oh, man. Oh well. So start there. That's how that goes. Wait, where's your shotgun shells? Isn't that somewhere? The shotgun comes with that model, doesn't it? That's what I thought. There you are. I would like to have you over here, please. Might need to modify all the animations to make sure this shell is in the gun so it doesn't fly out of it and it interpolates between animations. Let me copy the rotation data of this stuff so I can make it align the way I want it to. Yep. So it starts down below. It's fine if it moves one frame later. It's actually better. Let's see. Yeah. Keep the rotation data. Imagine giving the demo man the pistol, but in the primary slot. So you have demo knights with the pistol. Wouldn't that be a sight? Something about that just is wrong to me. I don't know about you. It's a joke, don't worry about it. Okay. Alright, so that's the pump. Cool. So... Ooh. That'd be interesting to deal with. I should probably, as soon as that closes, deal with getting this shell back down here, because it doesn't... Yeah, okay. This is all about making sure this shell doesn't interpolate weirdly between animations. Because if it did, you could probably see the shell moving back down from the outside. So, let's make sure that doesn't happen. Having it move on this side is fine because you can't see anything. Just make sure it's dodging that completely. Like that. There we go. And that's probably where I want the default location for this bone to be for all the other animations. I'll have to apply that to even the default animations, but that is nowhere near as a hassle as actually redoing the actual animation stuff, though. This is just putting it in a position, making it stay there for others. Okay. And now we also have the no pump. The no pump. There we go. No pump. And then the pump draw. Probably bring the primary camera up here. I mean, the thing about TF2 and random bullet spread is that it doesn't... Turning on disabled random spread on TF2 doesn't do that for every gun. Only for the shotguns. The pistol and revolver still have random spread, and there's a pretty good reason for it. It's so that those guns don't become laser beams from long range. And they need to stay. Random spread has to be a thing for those guns. Like it or not. I don't even particularly like the random spread aspect of those guns, but it's an essential part to their balance. You can't screw with that. I do plan to address the spread cooldown thing. If you're on the Discord server, I have a list of changes I plan to push in the first public build, I guess, for balance changes for some of the guns and unlocks and stuff. I think addressing how random spread builds up and dissipates for guns like the pistol, the SMG, and the revolver. I plan to change how that behavior works. Not necessarily make the guns inherently better at long range, just make it so that their randomness isn't as big of a factor all the time. So I recommend looking into that. I can't really explain it all in depth right now, because it's a little bit more in depth than that. But in the proposed changes channel, I go over that. The FAQ mentions it. You must have not looked hard enough. Ugh, 2D shit. What? That is... Okay. The problem with that recommendation is that the performance gain of making that shell only like 2 triangles instead of like maybe 60 or something, I can actually confirm this, is that the performance gain in proportion to the what's the word? To the, why am I losing my vocabulary? The aesthetics. That's right. So if you make that shell a 2D, it's gonna ruin its aesthetics. It's gonna look worse significantly. Also, I have my laws visible. That's probably why. That looks weird. It's not a good trade-off at all. It basically saves no performance for something that looks way worse. It's not worth it at all. If it was like for the Nintendo 64, then sure, but no. This is different. There's the show. It's hidden here. I need my stats. 28. 28 faces, 28 triangles. That's all it is. That's basically nothing. Yeah, if you have, okay, when it comes to performance with this version of the game, anticipate needing a decent GPU, at least, because it's certainly going to be a lot more GPU heavy than TF2 is. TF2 basically does nothing to your GPU. Your GPU, regardless of what it is, can probably handle the game. It's mostly CPU bound. Graphics API, DirectX 11, I think. I mean, yeah, that should be what it, yeah. If that's what you're asking, I'm not sure if you're asking for something else specifically, but pretty sure that should answer your question. What? Wait, what do you mean? What does random spread have to do with the viability of the shotgun? I was talking about the pistol, SMG, revolver. Those guns actually are actually balanced around the random spread, because they don't. If they didn't have random spread, they become laser beams, perfectly accurate laser beams at any range. Yes, sure, you have fall off, but it's like consistent damage, perfectly accurate damage that you don't want in a game like this. From any range, like you don't want that. And TF2 doesn't do that. When you turn off random spread, it's still on. You still have random spread for the pistol, for the revolver, for the SMG. It only turns it off for the shotguns. The shotgun random spread isn't a huge factor to their balance, because even without random spread, it's still a spread. It still spreads the damage out in a cone. So whether or not those bullets are spread randomly or not, it's still going to have the same effective ranges. It'll just not be stupidly inconsistent sometimes. That's the thing with those shotguns and the idea of turning those random spread settings off. It's different. I said already, the shotguns have a cone of spread. When you have random spread turned off, it's still a cone of spread, but it's not random. You still have to get up close as a scattergun scout to do full damage because of the spread. I know what dev commentary you're referring to, and you're right. They do say that, but I don't think you understand the concept of turning off random spread. You don't seem to fundamentally understand it. Interesting. It's marginal, but it's... Yes. Technically, yes, you are correct. In TF2, in base TF2 specifically, random spread tightens the spread. You're not wrong. However, that's not because necessarily the randomness is turned off. And it's, honestly, if they wanted to, they could make these the same cone shape or cone size as this if they wanted to. It's not inherently because of the randomness. In fact, I might consider when I implement the random spread feature, of course turned off by default, I would probably make this cone smaller for random spread, to be honest. Because I've been playing with no spread for like a year straight in the Uncletopia servers, and it's been fine. It doesn't impact the viability that much, even despite the cone size being smaller. The main idea of the weapon spread being turned off is still to make it more consistent, make it an actual predictable, usable, reliable pattern instead of it just being random. So poor pellet coverage? Wait, what do you mean? Having a wider spread just makes it so if you miss, you might do a bit more damage, because the random spread like veers further away from your crossbow than normal. So I don't know why would that It's fine if you don't think the project's gonna make it that far. I mean, I think on the day I'm just doing this out of, for one, passion, two, for the learning experience. I'm pretty sure the spread is wider for the random spread because of how it calculates the random angles per pellets, maybe? Don't quote me on that. I don't know for sure. I have to look into it. I don't see it as a major issue. I think the shotguns having this spread is fine. It doesn't break the game. As much as removing random spread would be for the pistol, SMG, revolver. I know. I know random crit toggles weren't in the game originally too. I'm aware. I'm not... I know the history of the game. Yeah. Basically what the person's saying in chat is... the fact that the... turning off random spread tightens the spread more. Breaks the balance of the game in terms of the shotguns. I'm not inclined to agree. It certainly changes it, perhaps. Personally, I've never noticed this. I never felt the effects of this too much. Maybe subconsciously slightly, but not enough for me to consciously notice. Between servers that have spread turned off, or random spread turned on or off. I just think it's making a big deal out of it more than you think. I know. Yes, I know this is a bigger size than this by a decent amount. But it's still not big enough for me to have ever really noticed this consciously. I never played Scout differently in pubs with it on or off. I don't see how it's a big impact. You're making a big deal out of this. That's not that big of a deal, in my opinion. Like, how many people in chat even knew about that? Not the fact that it disabled spread, obviously, but the fact that having random spread turned on made your cone of damage wider than no randomness. I don't think many people knew that. I've never heard of it. I've been playing this game for 60,000 hours. Or 6,000. I'm not sure. Clearly. But, yeah. I don't plan to make this wider. Like, it's fine. It doesn't break the game that way. I need a good reason to make that different. My balanced philosophy for this project, for making any sort of change, is I need a damn good reason to make a change of any kind. Not just because it should be a certain way, that in your opinion or whatever. It needs to be more objective than that. Does it break the game if I don't change it? If it continues to break the game, maybe I should change it. But it hasn't broken the game, so I don't see a reason to change it. You know? It's too early in the networking phase to know how anything's going to be handled regarding that. So, and even then, I'm not the one to answer those questions. You'd want to go into the Discord server and ask the network programmers. I have 3 of them involved in that right now. I'm not sure what you're saying there. Spread recovery as in what? What do you mean? What spread recovery? There's nothing like that for the shotguns. Other than the first, I think there's one pellet that's always perfectly accurate in the first shot, sort of like the pistol and stuff. But I think that's it, and it's only one pellet. Anyway. I don't use SFM at all. I don't like that software. I don't like using it. What should I work on next? Probably fire. That's pretty simple to just do. Like I can just do that right now. And then I could probably work on idle, an idle sway animation. Yeah, just get rid of all of it. And then fire. Don't have any huge expectations in terms of that kind of stuff. Remember, small team, there's only so much we can do regarding cheating and all that kind of stuff, right? Of course, we have our basic checks and stuff, but anti-cheats are pretty complicated to do and have them be effective. Or at least somewhat effective. The best thing I can count on is to count on server owners and moderators and admins of those servers to keep cheating in check. I imagine would probably be best. Again, I can't say for sure how well an anti-cheat system is going to work for something like this, for a project like this. I don't know. I'm not the one working on it, and I'm not going to really know how it's going to work completely, because it goes over my head a little bit. It's not for me. It doesn't always make sense how it's constructed in terms of networking and all that. It's not a job for me. That's why I have people working on it that aren't me. So you're going to have to ask those people. They will answer your questions better. They're in the Discord server. I don't have an art channel yet, I guess, but I guess I can make one, but I don't know. We'll see. I'll think about it. Alright, first frame of the fire. Boom. And then second frame. Push it up. This is purely for the exaggeration, by the way. I did this with the fire animation for engineer, anyway. I wonder... I'm going to have to work with my insert settings to make sure... Animation insert, by the way, not network, but... Animation insert to make sure this goes through. But, yeah, it should be reasonable. So, do that. Boom. Something like that. I don't want to introduce that concept unless I have a really good reason to. Because why would you want to punish people that constantly fire their shotguns? That's the point of the weapon. Why would you want to punish people just using the most optimal rate of fire of the weapon they're using? I don't get that. That's what that kind of change sounds like to me. It punishes players for you playing the game the way it's meant to for those weapons. It's counterintuitive to me. I don't see a point. I don't see why you'd ever want a wider spread. I don't see the benefits as a player myself. It just makes, to me, a wider spread only reduces damage, for one. And also makes, just makes missing less punishing, I suppose, but at the end of the day, it's still less damage if you're on target. So why would you want that? At least on average, because it's random. Okay, let's push back. Holds it for too long. Now I need to get the pump in. For any sort of proposed balance change of any kind, it needs a good reason. You need to be able to justify why you want to make that change. What problem is it addressing in the first place? And how would this change not negatively impact the game in other ways that might not be intended? Those questions need to be answered before I even consider it. Like I said in my review video, I need to be very careful with what kind of people I listen to, and what kind of suggestions I listen to, because not all suggestions are made equal. Because some suggestions are well reasoned, and some are just spontaneous, without any thought put behind it. I need to be able to separate that. And if you want to make suggestions that might be considered, you need to put thought into it as well. You can't just spontaneously suggest it and expect me to listen, right? It's really important for me to have a good reason to make a change. Of any kind. All right. Could I just copy the palm from the draw? I still need to polish the left hand on this draw. I forgot about that. I'm gonna have to fix it when I remember to. I'm gonna get this done. What? I thought I copied it. Or did I just... Oh, that was the viewport copy. Okay. So now I need to change the timing so that it's not super slow. It needs to be fast because you have to make consecutive shots. Now I need the right hand to properly react to the pump, so there's weight behind it. Random crits are going to be off by default. If you want them on, you can make a server that has them on. Like, it'll be as simple as that. It's the same thing for random spread. For both of them. It's in the FAQ. That's going to be the plan. Like I said earlier, like I said this, the reasons you give for any suggestion you make needs to be well reasoned. It needs to be able to answer questions like, what problem is it addressing? Is it a problem? How is it going to affect the game outside of that change that might be unintentional? Is it going to be negative? If so, that's probably a problem. We probably should make that change. What was the other question? I need to write this down. I think I just said it. So, you need a good reason. Right? Yes. I'm going to write that down. I'm trying to remember that on the top of my head every time. It's not always been consistent. Let's see. Showing when your weapon can random crit when it glows. I don't particularly like the idea. Not necessarily because it breaks the game necessarily directly, but I feel like it would encourage players to farm crits instead of playing the game. And that's like going to be what a bunch of players are going to do, even if it's not all that effective to do, because it just, yeah, I don't know. It's just going to encourage a lot of bad habits, even if those habits aren't good, alright? I don't know. It just changes the game and how people might want to play it more than I'd like it to. Even if it's not inherently broken the way it is in that environment. I did watch the whole video. Yeah, I did. I've seen it. I just wouldn't want a mode like that to be like the default TF2. Like I feel like that would be bad. Really, really bad. Simply because of the bad habits thing. encouraging players to farm crits is just not what TF2 should be, in my opinion. There's no financial motivation behind this project. It's purely for passion and the learning experience, nothing else. Yep, damage spread, bullet spread, random crits. Yep, that's the three. And they'll be off by default. I understand the developer's initial intentions, but at the end, I think most people would prefer the consistency in the long term of playing the game. Not all players, obviously, but a lot of players. And I'm also personally in that camp, so obviously I have a bias in that regard. But I also don't plan to omit the bullet spread and random crits from the game. They'll just be off by default. Damage spread's probably just going to be omitted completely. Like, I don't think anyone really would like that. It's hardly ever mentioned, and I don't think people even noticed when it was turned off by default, like all those years ago. So, yeah. Darn, she's an integral part of the game. What do you know? If TF2 still works without the randomness, except for a very few specific cases when it comes to the pistol, revolver, SMG. Those weapons are literally balanced around that. But everything else, TF2 still works. It still works without those random elements. So I don't agree with that argument at all. It still works. Ugh, hold on, this is bad. What am I missing here? Ooh, hold up. This feels... There's like a mismatch with how the weight shifting is working here. Well, like I said, you can join a server. I imagine there will be servers out there if the networking works out the way I think it will. that will probably have those randomness elements on. They just won't be on by default. It's up to the server owner to turn those on. I highly disagree. Randomness almost made me quit the game until I found community servers that had them off. That's my experience, and I'm sure a lot of people can share that experience. There's a split there. There are some people that go down one path thinking random crits are amazing, and the other path, not so much. They both exist. Random crits are random. The chance value gets modified depending on how much damage you do, but it's still a chance, so that's random. I'd understand your criticism if I was actually removing those random elements from the game outright, but they're not. They'll just be off by default, and if you want them on, turn them on in your own server. As for a lot of potential settings there will be to customize your own server, those will be one of them. That's the plan, at least. Actually, I think I should add a little bit more delay of when the pump happens. Yeah, but I play on community servers, 12v12 community servers that aren't that stale. The fact that 6v6 is so stale is because the meta has developed already, regardless of the randomness or not. It's at how old is the game? 14 years? It's a 14-year-old meta that has hardly changed. Not because of the randomness being eliminated. I'd partially say it might be because of the more stubborn nature of the TF2 competitive community, partially, perhaps. But that's not due to randomness. That's a different cause. Right? I agree that it is, yeah, 6 is stale. It's just not for that reason. Well, I don't think I changed the time of this yet. That's probably better. Yeah, I mean, any meta that goes without any sort of changes will always get stale at some point, especially if it goes on for 14 years. Any game can suffer from it. Any game. And it can definitely happen more severely if, like, for example, a lot of competitive players are perhaps fairly stubborn for change. Perhaps. I don't know for sure, just based on what I've heard. I'm not going to use 15 AI. Not going to do it. Fairly consistent isn't consistent. I want consistent instead of fairly consistent. It's too much continuous motion. Let's fix his finger. Oh wait, no, that's the fault of this actually. Just the thumb needs to be adjusted for the pump, and that's it. Okay, the recoil needs to settle faster, probably. No, I'm not gonna use 15 UI. Yeah, it sounds cool, and I think it can be used for a lot of things. I just don't want to be using it for the base game. Because it sounds good, but you can still tell they are not real voices, and I don't want to be using that. Again, I have pretty high standards in terms of that kind of stuff, so. But why is the variance such a vital part of the game? That's the question. Why would you introduce an inconsistency that most people just don't like dealing with? Why should that be reintroduced as like a default feature? I don't get it. That's the right idea, it's too much. What about that? Delay a little more. I still don't understand why you want random lists when it doesn't really affect the game, except for making players feel like the ground is just not as consistent as it should be. I don't get it. That's the part that makes no sense to me. And again, random spread, I do plan to have that as a feature for servers to enable if they want that. But they are always going to be off by default. Check the FAQ for your answer to those questions. Like, be sure to read the FAQ before you're answering, or before you ask in chat. Open source isn't out of the question, just not right now. It's too early. It also makes no sense that a rocket launcher can load 4 rockets into one chamber and have it be functional. But yeah, it still works that way. The reasons like that don't make sense to me. They don't lie in the realm of the objectivity of the gameplay. Instead, just rely on the subjectivity of the person's perception of the game. I'd rather make changes based on objectivity. But in the context of TF2, sure, like canonically, but the changes I'm making is related to gameplay. That still lies in the realm of subjectivity. I never want to make changes based on that. I'm sorry. You're not technically wrong in terms of perhaps the chaotic like lore and stuff. I guess like it's just I don't see how having random spread benefits the gameplay or benefits anything other than just to make some people just not like feel satisfied with their weapon being a bit more unreliable than it should be. Not necessarily making the gun worse, but just feels worse to use because of the randomness. And having the randomness doesn't benefit much in terms of gameplay. Perhaps the lore it coincides with that better. I guess it's just I'm not making changes based off of that. I think the recoil is still dissipating too slowly when I do that. Look at that. That's not the case, though. You still have damage ramp up, which depends on distance, not spread. So if you want full damage, you still have to get close. Like, ramp up dissipates immediately as you get further away from your target, so you don't get the max 175% ramp up. That doesn't work like that. It's always declining the further away you are. I think I'll bring it back. Why is everything keyframed here? What? Aim down. What? Who said aim down size was a thing? What are you talking about? Don't spread misinformation, please. No one's. How? What? Oh boy. Let's time scale this to 60. Or timer mapping, that's it. Let's get all this in the 60 at least. What's some changes to make? I'm not saying you're wrong with your numbers in that aspect. Yes, Scout will do more damage because his ramp up is a thing. It's not going to get the wax 175, but you still have a higher average ramp up because it goes higher. That I get. How does it break the game, though? Is it broken? Why does it need to be changed? That's still the... Those are the questions that I still don't have answers to for your argument. Why is it so important to change that? It doesn't feel like the game is worse off with it being like that for no spread. Random crits, random spread will be off by default, but they will be included in the game for people to turn on in their servers if they wish. That's the plan. That's not good enough, though. Why does the change make them broken? maybe there's other things that can be changed. I don't know. It's just, it's not a good enough reasoning in terms of answering the question. I think I've already said, though, what the problem is with random spread. I've said that multiple times. The consistency is a problem. Having inconsistent damage is very annoying to deal with for a lot of players. And having random spread inherently doesn't make the game better or worse, just more annoying. So why not just get rid of the annoying thing? I get that it's making Scout better. I get it. But why not change something else? Instead of just bringing back something that's a random component of the game that just makes the game less consistent. Why not change something else? Yeah, the Scout is annoying. Same word I used. But removing the Scout, because he's annoying, obviously, is the same reasoning I would give for, like, the random spread. Removing the random spread has very little impact to the playability and of the game. But removing the Scout removes an entire class, has tons of negative impacts. That's just trying to... I'm pretty sure you just tried to use the same word on me, but that's... kind of doing the same thing you do there. It's just not the same thing. Removing randomness doesn't break the game in such a severe way. And there are other ways to address problems, like you're saying. Like, if Scout gets a little bit better, why not change him in a different way? I only said that because I'm making the argument that the fact that random spread is annoying, that's what I said. Random spread is annoying for people to deal with. And why not just remove it if it doesn't impact the game in such a huge way? And I'm pretty sure they just try to use the same words against me. It's annoying that the Scout has all these kinds of things and all that. I don't know. It doesn't seem like the same thing to me. Yeah, but why make it wider, though? It would encourage the Scout to get closer a little bit, I guess. It's probably the best compromise in your case. But I still don't know if I want to do it. I need to think about it more. Trying to think about it on stream as I'm trying to do this is probably not the best idea, to be honest. But I guess I'm not entirely against that idea, to make the Scout spread a little bit wider on the scattergun. I don't know about the other scatterguns, like the other unlocks. That might be a bit of a different case, because Scattergun dominates over all of them, for sure. But, you know, I'm not against that idea. This does address the problem you're stating, which isn't entirely invalid. Being that Scout has more effective range, which I agree with. And perhaps something to, yeah, it makes sense. I'll consider it. I see it as kind of broken, though. Not necessarily in the overpowered sense or underpowered sense or whatever. It's just the randomness of the spread making your shots feel inconsistent. Perhaps not all the time, but there's a chance it can just completely whiff a lot of the pellets if you're on target. Unless you're literally in their face. I just don't see that as a good part of the game for the consistency of it. And removing it doesn't negatively impact the game severely. And if I implement a change like the scattergun spread being slightly wider to compensate for like the scout's effective range being better because of it, I see it as a way to make the game better. I don't see random spread as a non-issue, because it is. It is an issue for some people. I checked the Discord server for changes like to the syringe gun, and there's some other unlocks that reload in a similar fashion to that. I have a proposed change that I would prefer people to discuss over, because it's one of the more major changes that I have proposed that I want people to discuss. It's in the Discord server. When did I say the minigun would be just a laser? I guess I never included that as my... Okay, so the pistol, SMG, and revolver is what I said before. I forgot to include the minigun, because obviously that gun still needs randomness, so it's not a laser beam as well. I made that argument before, why those guns should keep random spread, because they are actually balanced around that. I agree with that. I'm not saying those guns should have removed random spread. That's different. TF2 doesn't even do that, because that would break the game. And I can see why. And I'm not doing that either. Removing random spread for those weapons would fundamentally break the game. There's a difference there. Removing it for the shotguns doesn't do that. Because they still have a cone of damage. Similar effective ranges. Similar keyword. And doing it for the automatic weapons would make them laser beams, like you say. That makes sense. There's a reason TF2 doesn't do that, and there's a reason I'm not doing that. Okay. So I'm gonna figure out this timing thing. I'm getting really distracted by chat now, aren't I? I mean, it's relevant topics and all, but I was hoping to get work done. These are the kinds of discussions I prefer to have on the Discord server, to be honest, because that's where they are meant to be held and documented more properly than a YouTube chat. Because there's a lot of things that might have been discussed today I might end up not remembering or forgetting, because it's not getting documented in the server itself. Yeah. Yeah, and it's still balanced around that spread. It's just less so with the increased or decreased cone radius due to no random spread. Or yeah, yeah. It's still a factor that still applies. It's just not as intense. It still encourages the scout to get close, just not in their face, which is what you're proposing. And I agree that could probably be a bit better based on what you say. It is something I'll consider. I didn't decide to start disagreeing with you with that again. Like that still stands. Yeah, I know. TF2 is very heavy on distance being a factor in damage. Farther you are, less damage you're going to do in most cases. So yeah, yeah, that makes sense. Shotgun animation still needs work. There's problems with it. I'm getting distracted by chat too, because it's hard for me to focus on what I want to get done with this animation, because I'm not happy with it all yet. There's, I should have gotten this done earlier. Let me slow it down. Slow it down. If you don't know the goal of this project, be sure to check the video in the description. It's the video I use to reveal this project, and I go over why I'm doing it, what the goals are, etc. Yeah. Discord's a better place for me to have it. I prefer debates like that to be in text anyway, because it gives me time to think about people's responses and stuff. If I'm doing this live in a voice chat or anything, like a live stream, I feel more inclined to respond immediately instead of waiting to think on things. You know? It also distracts me from doing my work, so there's that. Check the FAQ for that answer. It already goes back fairly far. Most of my issue is with the motion. I have to pinpoint where it is so I can address it. Just gotta stare at it for a while. It has to do with, I think, the pump and how the gun reacts to the pump. So maybe it's a timing thing. Again. Is it? It's hard for me to tell. Let's see. Let me go back to 60, actually. Oh, 24. Yeah, I think the gun could go back further. Actually, yeah, it could. Makes sense. But I don't know if that's a core issue. Yeah. And the fact that I had to respond immediately didn't give you a chance to properly explain at first, because I remember when this first started, your first initial explanation made no sense to me. It made me think you didn't understand the concept of the cone of damage. So yeah, again, debates like this is better held elsewhere in text, at least for me. I don't have reference in front of me right now. I usually, for the walking animations and stuff for like the rocket launcher, I usually have reference of like the soldier walking, so I know how he should like bob his gun as he walks. I've done that. But generally I go off by feel for this kind of stuff. And based how... I guess technically based on how I remember the animations playing out already in the game, just how I could make them better, if that makes any sense. Though it does make sense to also have real life reference, I suppose, to know how things should react. Let's see. Listen, at least... I mean, I'm not... I don't usually listen to the animation advice from chat, simply because it's usually just spontaneous. I know what I'm trying to look for, so... There are some pointers that I do look into from chat sometimes. It's just, if I don't see it as a problem, I tend to ignore it or whatnot. I pick and choose what to listen to. Let's rotate a little bit, actually. Whoa, wait, what happened? That animation changed so much. Why did it change that way? Oh, right. I was wondering... Okay. That makes more sense. I forgot to turn off the time remapping, so it just... The keyframes weren't lining up with the action. That's why I was messing up. Okay. Makes sense. Remember, in Devlog 2, I mentioned that there will be toggles to turn that stuff off if you don't like it. Because I totally get why it would be distracting for some people. While some other people might like those kinds of changes. I can see both sides, because I consider myself fairly competitive in this game myself. Not necessarily at a high level or in like any leagues or anything, but I do have a lot of hours in the game, and I understand a lot about the core mechanics of the game and all that. And why... I can understand the mindset of a competitive player, and why you even want view models off completely, so you have a perfect view of your entire screen, and don't have any sort of distractions of your gun or anything. You know what you have out, right? I get that. And I want to make settings to accommodate as much as I can. Though I have a dilemma in my mind about the vmodel hiding thing still. But I'm still not totally against that idea, because I still totally get why you'd want to do that. If that makes sense. Oh yeah, this is how the pose is for the stock shotgun on Soldier. That this is Valve's posing. This pose for the shotgun for the idle pose, that's Valve doing this. That's what they decided to do. I'm just kind of playing along with it. It's a rigging issue. I can probably address it. But I think I'd only want to address it if that wrist is ever in view, where you can see that twist. The horrible twist. You can barely see it right now. Barely. Kinda. But not enough of it for it to be a big deal. But, yeah. If then head mode gonna be a thing, yeah. I plan to bring that in. That's should be fairly easy to do. I just scrolled up a bit. I wouldn't. Okay, the thing about weapon alignment in first-person animation in general is that it doesn't have to be perfect, as long as it implies that it's perfect. If you get what I mean. A big offender is the rocket launcher in this regard. This is the default pose of the rocket launcher. This is Valve's work. And you can see that huge misalignment. Now tell me if you've ever noticed this in first person. Most of you are probably going to say no. So why does it matter? That's the whole idea. The whole reason why this is angled like this is so that you have a better view, a better angle of the weapon in first person. It's more aesthetically pleasing to see more of the side of the gun instead of it being more straight. See? You can see how that changes the whole cosmetic, whole aesthetic, I mean, of the gun when you just straighten it out like that. So. When it comes to left-handed view, I always had this curiosity if this would ever work. I don't know if it will, so I won't make any promises. But I'm kind of curious if for those people that enable left-hand view model mode, if it's also possible to mirror the third-person model to match that. I wouldn't be against a change like that because it would visually indicate to other people that, hey, this guy's on left-hand view mode. They can shoot around corners differently with the rocket launcher, for example, instead of it being kind of a mystery of what it is. It's just whether or not it can be done technically, of whether or not I can find, or whether or not it's going to cause technical issues with things like hitboxes, for example. Who knows? Yeah, it's all about making sure it can work. I haven't made too many animations today. I got really distracted with chat, especially like the last hour. So, yeah. Is what it is. I'm more happy with how it is right now than it was. I think all I did was rotate it a little bit. Yeah. Huh. Weird. Well, let's finish it up then. We need the left arm to move a little bit while we pump it. Or its shoulder, technically. Too much. Let's see. What about the elbow? How's that going to rotate here? The elbow is not really visible in this view model, or field of view, kinda. You can still see the rotation a little bit, but it's a bigger factor when you have higher view model field of views, I suppose. The left hand isn't finished. I was focusing on the gun rotation and the recoil. That was what I was focusing on first. Then I'm gonna make polishing changes after that. That's just the animation process. You don't get everything done all at once, you know? That's just the nature of a work in progress thing. I don't think the FAQ has anything about the cosmetics yet. I don't think this game would run on mobile. No. The shaders I'm using isn't built to run on mobile chipsets. So I can't imagine this running well at all. If at all. If at all, even. We'll got this at 60 again, actually. Okay, so I still want to. That reminds me that I still want to push the gun back a bit more for the recoil. Oh, wait. Almost did that same mistake again. Make sure I turn this back off. Alright. Okay, hold up. Don't mess with this curve too much. It was fine before. I just need to push it back. If there's problems, then make changes after. I'm completely self-taught. Just about everything I do is self-taught. I didn't go to school for anything that I do. So, not to say you shouldn't go to school. It's I. If I had a choice, I would have preferred to go to school. It's just issues of location at first, before online schools and stuff, but also money being an issue. So it's just Oh, a V. Don't sponsor or sorry, point out my Patreon on these streams. My Patreon's for my MLP stuff on my main channel, and honestly, this project is not intended to be financially motivated. So if you can not point that out, and and super chat's not on this channel either. So. I don't know why I need to see the source SDK. Yeah, MLP stuff. That's what I do on my main channel. Animations and stuff. I already have 3 people on the team. 3 of them are those 3 of them. I can't speak. The 3 of them are in charge of networking at the moment, network programming, and I guess programming in general. And I'm also looking for someone that has exceptional skills at modeling and texturing and stuff in the TF2 style, because I'm looking for revised models for certain guns that needs more geometry, pretty much. Because I want to fix all the guns that don't have like ejectable magazines, like some of the pistols. I want the pistols to have actual usable slides. Things that slides aren't functional in the actual TF2 models. I would like to change that. And there's some others. Oh yeah, the most of Spy's revolvers don't have their bullets separated from the cylinder, so I can't actually animate a reload for them that would actually show the bullets going in and out of the cylinder. Who said anything about body pillows? I don't have any of those. There might be a way to do mesh colliders potentially as player movement. There's a solution I found, or well, someone pointed out in the server that might work. It's just that I've halted development for my work related to the project in terms of programming and stuff, while the 3 of the people I've brought on works on the foundation of the networking. I don't want to interfere with that in any way. I want them to focus on that without worrying about conflicts. And then once they give me the go-ahead to start making changes, and I'll start trying some things out. So. Yeah. I mean, I don't want to use the Meat Fortress models anyway from H3VR. The model revisions they made are great, just not suitable for my needs, because there's too much detail for one, and some of the detailing doesn't match. Some of the models in H3VR don't match up to the TF2 models. Some of them do better than others, but yeah, that's generally an issue. They aren't the same proportions for some of them. And I want to keep the core design and silhouettes exactly how it was, so I don't plan to even consider using those, even if I had permission. So. Let's see if I can make one quick tweak to this. It's generally a matter of balancing this properly. I don't want it to feel too smooth, but I still want it to feel... I want the recoil to feel impactful. And if I make the recoil dissipate too smoothly, then it just ruins the impacts. Okay, anyway, elbow. I don't know if the elbow would rotate that much, would it? Probably would have helped if I ever shot a gun like this, but... Let's see. I'm just gotta try to imagine how the weight shifting would work in my mind. Okay, maybe raise the elbow a little bit as the recoil is at its max. Because as the gun gets closer, the elbow gets more creased, and having the elbow raised as that happens is more natural. Something like that. Maybe too much, though? A little too much. Tone it down. Okay. And also after this, I'll need to make a fire animation that only pumps the shotgun back and not forward for the final shot of it. This is the attention to detail that I'd like to add for my version of this game for the first-person animation stuff. So, I have no plans for sound reworks of any kind because I don't have any sound expertise of any kind. Like that's not my. I don't know much about it. How to like work with sound, change sounds, or whatever. Make new sounds. I don't know. And currently I'm not looking for anyone to make new sounds. I'm pretty sure those kinds of people, especially of people that would be able to do a really acceptable job, which is the kind of people I'd be looking for. And this is also a volunteer-based project, so that also makes that even harder to look for people like that. I'd imagine that won't happen. It'll probably just be the same sounds. Yeah, there's 3 people that are working on networking. That's all I have, though. 3 people, and they're all doing the same thing. They're all part of the networking part, and they also do other general programming to help organize the project more code-wise. Because that's not something I could do. I only started coding in C# last year, and I've been self-teaching myself. So yeah, that's going to be a long journey for me if I want to go down that route, and I don't know if I do. But it's good to at least have a general idea of how coding works in terms of C# and Unity and all that. So I don't know if Spycraft will be possible. It depends on how I work the A matrices. I imagine as long as I can get the A matrices from the original game to work for that kind of stuff. I have a method now that might work. I was having trouble with that before, but I think I have a method now that might work. But if I can get it to work, I'll probably keep those kinds of A matrices in so that you can aim up with your disguise kit and do that legendary act. I don't know if Apex Legends sounds would fit. Ugh. TF2 needs to keep its general aesthetics in its sound. Perhaps it could be more punchy in some places, but the sound still needs to sound like TF2. You can't like expect to change the sound of a rocket launcher, grenade launcher, stickies, scattergun, and expect it to go well. I would probably want to keep the sounds to sound like them, even if they could be modified to have more punch. It still needs to convey that the sound is pretty much the same. Ooh. Okay. Okay. Making the new animation for just the pump back, it won't be too hard. I can reuse most of the animation, just change the last bit of it. I think what I might need to do for that, actually, for the last round in the chamber, is to merge the reload start and the last bullet fired from the shotgun into the same animation so that the transition can be smooth. Make sure that the time it takes is the same as before, just, yeah. Okay. Might be more complicated than I thought, actually. Okay. But, yeah, I get it. I get what I need to do. Yeah, legacy options are going to be a thing for those menus. If it's going to be a pie menu in this version of the game, there will be a legacy option as well. Because I know the pie menu concept isn't for everyone. How this shoulder rotates opposite to the other one. It should be more in sync. Doesn't matter too much. Can't really see it. Technically, yes and no. Chat has been a pretty decent distraction today for me actually doing my work. I was hoping to get a lot more done today, but oh well. Alright, so I guess the ejection board is all that's we'll have to do here. Give me these keys. Get out of here. Okay. So just move this back. And then I need to make the shotgun shell do its thing. I could probably just copy the animation I did for the... Oh, yeah. Change the timing. This pump is a lot faster than the draw. Move this forward. A lot of season, that's fine. Boom. Cool. Yeah, generally reading chat isn't normally a problem with my streams on my main channel with my other project, but I don't know. I guess this stream's kind of started off with a fairly large viewer count, I think, and lots of people talking, asking questions, and also it's one of my first streams since the project has been like taking off publicly. Like a lot of people have been noticing it within like the past 4 days or so, something like that. Especially since the Devlog 2 post, and it's been getting a lot of attention. So, because certainly previous streams weren't nearly as popular as this, because I've done 3 previous streams of this project, but that was on the main channel for one, and also before it gained traction. Okay. Make sure it's actually synced up, right? Could be better. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I figured as much. It's either the reveal video or the devlog 2. One of the two. I wish I got more done today. I hope next stream I can actually focus more. Because I like streaming this kind of stuff. But right now I feel kind of exhausted for trying to interact with chat and do this at the same time because it got how busy it got. Which I'm feeling kind of drained for today. Knowing also that I'd have to... Like the next step is making a fire animation with one pull of the pump and no pushback, because it'll be a last shot of the shell of the clip. I feel like that's the wrong word, but anyway, you only need to pump it back once if the chamber is empty, or the chamber only has. Okay, so if the chamber has a used round, you pump back once, but there's no rounds in reserve in the bottom tube. I don't know the terminology. I'm sorry. You want to only pump it back once to eject it, and then you start reloading then, and then the first reload will be done through the ejection port directly, then pump it back, then reload from the bottom. That's the plan. And this last fire animation that I need to make, last shot, we'll need to have the reload start merged with it so that the animation can be smooth. It's a lot of work to think about when I'm already this exhausted. It's the version I had, I guess. To be honest, I don't even, hold on. What's the, latest release here? Yeah, okay. See, I haven't downloaded Blender in a couple months, I think. Or at least a month and a half. So that's probably why I'm on the alpha still. And I haven't had any problems with this version. So I'm still using it, so. I haven't had a reason to update, I suppose. But it's probably the bad practice to do that. So you have a point. No, you're not gonna be able to jump over bad water like I did in the review video. The collision box, or the collision, look at the player clip boundaries were not set up yet at the time. They are set up now. In fact, you know what? The stream's gonna be ending pretty soon because I'm getting pretty exhausted. So I think to end it off, I would just show the latest build that I have. I think it's still the one I showed in the devlog 3. I can't remember if I had a more recent build. It's probably the same build. But I might as well close it off with that. I can just show you that way. Let's see. Let's see. Next stream, I hope to get the shotgun done. To be honest, I really want to get more. I didn't think I would get the shotgun done today, but I was hoping I'd get more progress. But it is what it is. It is what it is. So what do I have these again? Over here? Yeah, it's over here somewhere. Yep. That's. I'm gonna have to lower the volume a bit. It's probably a little loud. One second. Gotta check my NVIDIA settings. I forgot to set my refresh rate back to 144. Playing at 60 Hz is gross nowadays for me. Alright, let's change this. There we go. That should be better. Yeah, that's... Alright, let's get this on screen. There we go. Hello. So yeah, the stream's gonna be ending pretty soon. I'm done with work for today, pretty much. Pretty exhausted, so yeah. Anyway, I just wanted to show the fact that the player clip boundaries are now in place as pretty much how they were in base TF2. Like, I can't jump over this at all. I can look over there, and I don't think I have this set up yet, but you won't be able to shoot past this point once I set it up properly. Collision's still buggy. I should probably clip that region off. Riveting stream. Yeah, it's been a weird stream today. Not gonna lie. But yeah, that's the main thing I wanted to show. Is there anything else you guys wanted to see real quick? Is there like anything I didn't show in the build that you guys wanted to see or something before I close the stream off? Oh yeah, that's not clipping yet, does it? That's definitely needs to be clipped. Yeah, some meshes still don't have clipping. The only collision that's being used is the actual mesh itself, which makes weird cases where like this screw can stop me. I'm trying to move forward and just either I get stopped by it or I walk over it. So I need to actually make some of these props more optimal for collision. So thin platforms like this definitely need to be addressed, especially with the capsule collision I have at the moment. No taunts at the moment. Will there be b-hopping? Similar to how TF2 does it, probably. The thing about TF2 is that whenever you bunny hop, even if it's a tick perfect bunny hop, your speed gets hard clamped to your maximum movement speed for your class. So you can't carry speed with bunny hopping like you can in other Source games. That's just how TF2 is. Because that's how it is in the original TF2 as well. But yeah. Is there anything specifically about bunny hopping you are looking forward to? Like, I don't know what else bunny hopping is for in TF2 other than like very cheesy market gardens and stuff. Still works if you bunny hop, I guess. I don't know about a kill cam. That seems really complicated, and also I don't know if that would fit TF2 all that well. Oh yeah, the windows. These windows didn't used to be transparent before. I decided to make them transparent just to shine some light in. I think it looks nice. Ragdoll's a work in progress still. Stock taunts? I mean, yeah. I plan to include all the taunts. That's probably like, the base stock taunts are definitely a priority one, but in terms of, like, cosmetics taunts, like unlockable taunts or whatever, I don't plan to do those all at once. I'll probably work at them gradually as the project develops. Because a lot of them, especially ones that let you move around and stuff, will probably need like custom coding and stuff to associate with. So, yeah. What class is next? Don't really know yet. I'm not too sure. I will decide when the time comes what... Like, the decision will be based on whether or not the project needs that class the most in terms of testing purposes. I don't know. It's hard to know for sure what I would want. It depends. It depends. How did I get the texture painted blended texture working? For the ground, that is simple enough. If you are familiar with the concept of vertex colors, it's essentially color data that's assigned to each vertex, and you can use that color data to make a custom shader in Unity to influence what texture is being blended in between, pretty much. Pretty sure that's how TF2 does it. And when I imported this map into Blender, that's what came with the map geometry is vertex color data to blend the textures. So I imagine that's how TF2 does it, and that's how I implemented it in here as well. Will you be able to play this eventually? Check the FAQ. Just not right now. Will there be other maps? Maybe eventually, but a lot of I imagine a lot of questions like that can only answer with maybe, potentially, possibly, eventually, things like that, because it's hard to say things with certainty this early on. You know? It's too early. You never know what kind of problems that might come up. So I can't guarantee anything. Will there be a hit range? Again, similar to what I said before, there's no way for me to know for sure. And I can say the networking code will probably work quite a bit differently with how TF2 does it. That doesn't necessarily mean that would be better. It's just we have to work within the limitations of Unity, the limitations of our team, the knowledge of our team, the scope of the project, etc. So you have to keep that all in mind. There's only so much we can do. So if we run into problems, we can do our best to fix problems, but netcode can get really complicated. It's probably best not to ask me that question. There are people on the Discord server that do the networking code that I'm not in charge of, by the way. I'm not going to be involved in any of that. So I'm not the best person to answer those types of networking questions. Ask the people in the Discord server about that. Yeah, that's all I can say regarding that. What do you mean by projectile rolling? What do you mean? Do you mean like the physics of the Demo Man grenades? Perhaps? Or do you mean like damage spread or something? I don't know what you mean. Most of the assets are going to be the same. Texture assets, model assets, they're probably going to be the same. Again, keep the scope of the project in mind. We're not going to rework literally every asset from the game. That would require a huge scope with a lot of people behind making a bunch of those assets. I don't even see that as entirely necessary. There's only a few things I want to address regarding assets to be like revised and whatnot. One of it is actually rocket launcher texture itself, maybe. I don't know what it is with the original rocket launcher texture, with the color banding issue with the diffuse texture. You can see color banding on the texture itself. You should be able to see it. Hopefully the stream quality isn't making that less obvious, but that is an issue with the texture of the rocket launcher I might want to find someone to help address. But and no, I'm not using the 2007 view model textures. That's not happening. I'll explain why and maybe some other time. I have my reasons. And they have their own problems too, by the way. But yeah. The beauty mark? Is that wait? I don't know what that is. Is that literally an alternate like skin to the Druddy? I don't even know. Pardon me for not knowing. I already tried to answer that question. I don't know what the next class is. I tried to answer that like 5 minutes ago. The third-person shadow for the rocket launcher isn't working yet. I have to make 2 copies of the rocket launcher for that to work. Right now, I only have 1 copy of the rocket launcher mesh present in the scene at any given point, because the shadow works in third person, but not in first person. Because I need to disable first-person shadows to be cast on the world, obviously, because you should be able to see your first-person arms and model get casted on the world. That's ridiculous. I just need to create a copy of the mesh for the third-person model to hold, pretty much. I just haven't set that up yet. Again, I'm not the person to answer anti-cheat kind of stuff. That's, again, the possibility of anti-cheat to be super involved and in-depth is unreasonable, I would imagine, because of the scope of the project. There's only so much a small team can do to counter that. It's more so up to the server admins and stuff to manage that. Because the way I imagine the servers are going to work in this game, this remake, so to speak, is people will be able to download a server program for this game to run themselves, and they can moderate the server themselves to help prevent cheats on their own servers. They can self-moderate in that way. That's probably the best way to combat something like that. But yeah, again, I'm not the best person to answer that question. Ask the networking people in the Discord. Yeah, that's the idea. Is to like the third person model is set to shadow only right now. If it wasn't set to shadow only, you'd be able to see the third person model right now, as I sit here in first person. But yeah, that would be the plan. That's already what I want to do. I just need to set something like that up. I only have the soldier and its rocket launcher implemented at this time. I'm worried about a ping system causing clutter. I think, I don't know. Like there's already a decent amount of clutter in like full 12v12 lobbies, and adding a bunch of HUD elements to make that clutter even worse. I don't know. I don't want to become Overwatch, you know? Overwatch has so much clutter. It's so unmanaged, you know, it's so ridiculous. And just HUD elements alone and stuff. I think I'm good. Ping system has its place, I imagine. It just, if there's too much clutter, it just makes the readability of the game worse. I don't want that. Again, don't ask me that kind of question. I don't know how to answer that. Networking is not my forte. I have 3 people in the Discord server that are in charge of that. Ask them, not me. Will there be AI bots? That's probably not, because I imagine that would be pretty hard to do well, and also would be a feature that wouldn't be used that much anyway. So it would be a lot of effort for a small team to do for something that's not really going to be used that much. And it's probably not even going to be that good in the end anyway. So, yeah, there's a lot of reasons why I probably wouldn't want to do that at this scale. Can you show aim down sights like earlier? What are you talking about? Why do people keep bringing up aim down sights? That's not a thing. That's misinformation. I don't know how that started. Did someone say that or something? That's not a thing in this game. You only do that with the sniper. Sniper can aim down their scope. That's it. Oh man, I don't know how that happened. Yeah, like I do plan to fix a lot of animations the Demo Man grenade launcher is a very interesting case. So generally, the default grenade launcher isn't too bad. The main issue with it is that the grenades, when you put them in the empty slots, you don't see them stay in there. I would like to address that, but for the animation itself, it's not too bad. I'll probably still reanimate that, but yeah. But there are some unlocks where that's problematic. The loose cannon and the I'm forgetting the names. Iron Bomber and the lock and load. There we go. Those don't align with the animation very well for reloading. And the lock and load has a very special case where it has 2 chambers but 3 rounds. I have no idea how I'm going to handle that, to be honest, animation-wise. But anyway, the idea that I want to convey here is I want to make unique reload animations for the Iron Bomber, Loose Cannon, and the Lock and Load so that the hand aligns with where the grenades would go on a per launcher basis. It won't be too hard to do. You just need to make slight alterations to the existing grenade launcher animation and just change the position of the hand, which in turn would change where the grenade would get loaded into. Hopefully that made sense. Because currently I'm stuttering like crazy, and I have no idea if I'm making any sense right now. I'm getting really tired. Oh man. I mean, the visual enhancements to the map depends on the capabilities of the team, ultimately, and what the team is willing to do. For me, it's mostly just me in that aspect, because I'm the only one on the team that can really do modeling at all, even though that's not really my forte. I prefer to do other things, but I can do it if I have to. And texturing surely isn't my thing either. So for me, I'd rather just reuse all the model assets and stuff for detailing around the map than make something of my own to add detailing it, because it's not really my thing anyway. I don't think I'd be doing a good job at it. If I get someone on the team that would be willing to do stuff like that, maybe, but currently I'm not looking for people like that at the moment. I'm looking for people that can model, but for different purposes. Is there any customization to anything? There are things like that planned, but not at the moment. I don't have any options menus or anything right now. The only menus is the communication wheel that I have set up, but that's it. I will be implementing a lot more later, including other options, including options to like change this to a legacy option instead of being a wheel. That would be a thing. The thing is, I don't plan to port every single map. I don't plan to port every single map. That would be a lot of work to do, and there's a lot of maps in the game that aren't very popular or not very well received or whatnot, or maps I don't personally like. I have my own personal bias there, I suppose. But yeah, there's a lot of maps, and I want to choose carefully which ones I want to do, because each map will require a ton of work to get looking like this in Unity. Even though this is still not finished, I still need a lot of work to do here. I don't know how I'm going to handle the flamethrower yet. The idea is to make it behave like it does in base TF2 and then make changes from there. We'll see. I don't think power will be a thing for a while in this project. Probably. Maybe. I don't know. I can't make any promises there. Yeah, taunts are going to be added. Random kits are going to be off by default, but they will be available to server owners to turn on if they wish. But all the random The random spread, the random bullet spread, and random crits are going to be off by default. It'll be up to server owners to turn that on if they want servers to have that stuff on. That's the idea. Because I'm not going to remove those entirely from the game. They'll just be off by default. People can still play with them on if they want. What am I doing right now? I'm just answering questions at this point. I'm done working for today. I'm just doing essentially Q&A, even though I'm probably going to end it pretty soon, in a couple minutes. I don't plan to do 2-4 or Dust Bowl anytime soon. Definitely not Hightower. And I wouldn't even consider Hightower a classic. Hightower is one of the more recent... Okay, well, I guess technically not anymore, but it certainly wasn't, like, in the game for the first, like, 2 or 3 years or something like that. I wouldn't... The classic maps I would consider to be 2008 or under. So, like, Gold Rush would be probably, like, the borderline of the classic maps. At least, I guess, in my opinion. I guess there's no, like, objectivity there. That's just my interpretation. No, definitely no MVM. No, that's not within the scope of this project. No, don't expect that. Ever. It's so much work for a mode like that, and I think you're just better off playing it in base TF2. There's no reason for me to make it in this version, I don't think. It's too much work for such a small scope project. There might be a console, maybe. I don't know. I haven't made a whole lot of decisions based on that. The idea behind like the options menu plans I have is to allow all the options that you would probably want to customize in the console in base TF2 to just be in the options menu, to be accessible to everyone easily. So it depends. I can't say for sure. How hard is bake sliding? It can be kind of tricky to figure out how it works. It's hard to say. It's hard to give you like a walkthrough of how I do it, because it depends on a lot of factors. It's a long process of figuring things out too. Yeah, but it is tricky, I suppose. But it's not unmanageable for someone like me, I suppose. I may work. I don't know what I'm gonna do with the HUD yet. Like the health bar and stuff. The ammo counter, I just have them placed in a temporary spot, and maybe I'll make the HUD similar to base TF2 later. I don't know. Not sure yet. Not sure about other platforms. I'm focusing on Windows for now. I'm just going to focus on primary game modes and stuff. Payload, King of the Hill, 5CP, probably like the more important game modes in my opinion to try to implement. The other game modes like TTF, Attack Defend, Doomsday, things like that. Like that's I don't plan to bring those in anytime soon. Not necessarily ever. Like maybe I will at some point. It's just not a priority because there's only one of me. There's only one of me right now doing maps, importing maps over, and it's probably going to stay that way. Unless someone with really experienced with Unity lighting and mapping and stuff comes along and wants to help out. And I don't know if that would happen. I can't imagine that happening. But, yeah, it's a lot of work. So don't expect like a ton of maps for a while. Custom maps aren't really in the scope of this project at this point in time. Yeah, the infinite velocity building. Yeah. That's just bad clipping, as well as a symptom of the capsule collider. This wouldn't happen if you had a box collision. If you had a box collision, you wouldn't just fit through that gap. So yeah, that's why finding a cylinder solution would be ideal. It's just finding one that works, and I have not found one that works yet. I have some ideas to try out later that might work, but I haven't gotten to it yet. Harvest is certainly not one of the first King of the Hill maps I might do. Viaduct is definitely the first one I might want to do. Products is a custom map technically, so I would have to ask the map creator permission probably, maybe. But Viaduct, yeah. I don't know. King of the Hill is not the priority at the moment. Mostly payload and 5 CPs in the immediate sightlines for me, and then King of the Hill would be like extra. That's the thing. I have a habit of tackling fairly big projects. Like the Magic Inside project I have going on my main channel, having like a whole 2.5 minute fully rendered cycles animation. Oh man, it's so much work. Yet I am fine doing projects like that because I have the patience for it. I don't know. Again, it just depends on who you are. Not many people could probably be willing to do projects like this. It helps that I technically work from home. I have a Patreon for my other animation projects, not related to this, by the way. So don't go joining that Patreon for this project. That's not related. But yeah, that's how I guess I get paid. And I also live with my mom, which helps me not have to pay a bunch of rent every month, so I can support myself based on working for myself, which gives me a ton of time to work on projects like this. So it works out for me specifically. It won't work out for everyone. Anyway, I think I'll end it off there. That's enough question answering for today. So yeah, thank you guys for stopping by. I gotta get going. I definitely need some food now, so I'm gonna get that going. So yeah, thanks for stopping by. I'll see you guys later.